Broadcast, can you hear us? Oh, okay.
Okay, good. All right. We will call this meeting of the City Plan Board to order. Thank you all for joining us today. We do have a little bit of a long agenda. First, we'll start off with the roll call. Are you ready, Brittany?
All right, sorry about that.
That's okay.
All right, Bob Ackerman is absent. Thomas Hawkins.
Present.
James Blythe.
Present.
Christian Newman.
Present.
Stephanie Sutton.
Here?
Jason Hurst.
Here.
And Sophia Corrigetto.
Okay, before we do the adoption of the agenda, I wanted to recommend that we consider moving the old business item to the end of the agenda, since we have members of the public that are here to speak to some of the other items. If someone wants to take that into account in their motion, I would support it. So if we have a motion to adopt the agenda with that one suggested amendment.
Madam Chair, would you think it'd also be appropriate, I assume based on emails, I don't know if this is correct, but I assume based on emails that people are here for the St. Michael's item? Would we put that land use and zoning first on the new business agenda, or just, what was your suggestion specifically?
I'm open to that. I think that there, are a couple of other private petitions, and the old business really just relates to staff and our conversation. So I think moving that to the end, but I'm also open to moving St. Michael's up, because I do think that's probably the majority of the participants tonight.
Madam Chair, I move adoption of the agenda as presented with two modifications. One, moving the old business after new business, and two, hearing the Wilson rezoning and the Wilson land use change first under new business.
Okay, do we have a second for that?
Second.
Okay. All of those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so with the amended agenda, we will move forward. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes from the last meeting?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
Okay, Mr. Newman, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, was that Mr. Hurst jumped in second? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, carries unanimously. Ms. McMullen, would you mind reading the announcement into the record?
Section 30-3.3 of the Land Development Code establishes the Plan Board, including its membership, rules of procedure, and functions, powers, and duties. The Plan Board is advisory to the City Commission on most planning petitions. Appeals of Plan Board decisions concerning special use permits are to a hearing officer within 30 calendar days of the decision. See Section 30-3.58C of the Land Development Code. The procedure for an appeal is set forth in Section 30-3.58.
Thank you. And would you mind reading the first item of the revised agenda
Yes.
into the record? Oh, Mr. Persons.
Yeah, Madam Chair, sorry, just another housekeeping issue. Because of the length of the agenda, we decided to move Manager Feldman's presentation to March.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. So the very first item is petition PB 20-141 LUC CHW Inc., agent for Wilson Development, applicant. Request to amend the City of Gainesville future land use map from office and conservation to planned use district. located at 4315 Northwest 23rd Avenue, related to petition 20-142 ZON. And I will be giving the presentation on this item. So, I'm gonna try something different this time. I'm gonna try to share my screen from right here.
Madam Chair, while Ms. McMullen's bringing up the presentation, I did want, just for everyone's edification, both here and at home, there are two petitions related to this this request. There's a land use petition, which is what we're hearing now, which is a legislative decision from the plan board. So there's opportunity for public hearing. There has been requests for a quasi-judicial or formal quasi-judicial hearing. That'll be heard at the next item, which is the associated zoning item. So if in case there's any sort of confusion about that, we're going to hear the land use petition first, and then zoning will be the next one.
Thank you, Mr. Persons. Ms. McMullen, are you ready to jump into your presentation?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oop. All right. Good evening. My name is Brittany McMullen. I'm a planner with the Department of Sustainable Development. The petition before you here tonight is PB 20-141 LUC, a request for a small-scale land use change. The subject property is located at 4315 Northwest 23rd Avenue. It has frontage on Northwest 43rd Street and Northwest 23rd Avenue. The property is approximately 7.1 acres in size, and the existing land use at the property is office in addition to conservation, which you can see is on the southern portion of the site. So the request is to amend the existing land use of office and conservation to planned use district, or PUD. And this petition is related to the rezoning petition for this property, which you will hear a presentation on after this item. So to give you a quick overview of the land uses that exist on the adjacent properties, the properties to the north are actually located within, I just realized that I need to, sorry about that. So the properties to the north are actually located within unincorporated county boundaries, and they have the future land use designation of commercial. To the south, there are existing single-family homes which have the land use designation of SF, or single family. To the east is mixed-use medium-intensity land use. This is the public shopping center. And to the west is public and institutional facilities, as well as a small portion of conservation, and then more single-family. So this is an aerial view of the property. You can sort of see the property line and the corresponding conservation zoning area just kind of by the way that the trees are configured here. So the southern portion that you see there, approximately 3.7 acres, that is currently designated for conservation land use. This area is proposed to be preserved in perpetuity with a conservation easement. And then you can see a little bit more context. There's 43rd Street to the east, 23rd to the north, and then we will see a little bit more about the context here soon. So getting a little bit more into the details of what the PUD land use category would mean. So the implementing zoning for this would be PD zoning, which we'll talk about next. That will lay out a lot more specifics on what can be done with the property. But the comprehensive plan does ask us to address certain things with the PUD land use. So we have proposed a list of conditions here. This was also provided to you in your backup. So condition 1 sort of sets the groundwork for all of the things that the comprehensive plan requires for this land use category. By stating that unless otherwise provided in these land use conditions and the associated PD zoning conditions, these things shall be governed by requirements for the mixed-use low-intensity land use. However, these conditions, and even more so the conditions for the PD zoning, go above and beyond any restrictions on development that would be in place with the mixed-use low-intensity land use. So the applicant had submitted 4 pages of conditions with the associated PD zoning document, and so we used some of those suggested conditions that they had worked out to kind of lay a broad foundation for the underlying land use here. So these conditions include things like the maximum intensity of the development shall be limited to 32,000 square feet of building area. The maximum building height shall be 1 story. Transportation modifications are required or are the responsibility of the owner developer. Any future development at the property is subject to meeting transportation mobility requirements for TMPA Area B as specified in the comprehensive plan. Other things that are addressed in the conditions are vehicular and pedestrian access. So vehicular access will be limited to two ingress and egress points on Northwest 43rd Street and 1 on Northwest 23rd Avenue. Total traffic generation for the development may not exceed the amount that had been provided by the trip generation study provided by the applicant, which was about 3,800 daily trips. Crosswalks shall be provided when necessary and appropriate. The applicant will need to coordinate with the appropriate city and county departments on any crosswalks that are installed. Sidewalks shall be provided within the development which connect to public sidewalks. And then finally, preservation of the existing conservation land use area shall be maintained with the dedication of a conservation easement, and no habitable structures may be located within this area. So with that, staff has reviewed the petition in relation to the required review criteria set forth in the comprehensive plan and has determined that the request meets review criteria. This project will be unique in that the owner has elected to place restrictions on the development of the property that go above and beyond any restrictions that could be set with the standard zoning district of office or mixed use. And so for that reason, staff feels that the PUD designation is appropriate and staff recommends approval of the request. That concludes my presentation. I'm here for any questions. I know that the applicant has prepared a presentation as well.
Thank you. Before you jump up, let's see if there's any board member questions for staff. Do we want to hear from the applicant first? Okay, Mr. Blythe?
I have a quick question. How is the 32,000, I'm just going to ask a couple, and some of them may be for applicant, but how is the 32,000 square feet limit determined? Do we know what the current trip count would be for the parcel as it is? And then how does this density compare to nearby properties, whether it's commercial properties? And then I guess, was there a summary of nearby office use compared to retail?
I have a feeling that the applicant can probably answer those questions, in particular about the maximum square footage area. I know that they spent a lot of time working with a group of neighbors to come up with those list of conditions, and I know that they have also done an analysis on the intensity that's proposed versus what could be done now and things like that. So I think probably a lot of your questions will be answered with their presentation, or they can answer afterwards too.
Thank you.
Sure, no problem.
Thank you. Any other board member questions before we jump to the applicant? Okay, seeing none. Mr. Thompson? Welcome.
Thank you very much. It's been a long time since I've been here in person. And actually, I miss it. Good evening, I'm Ryan Thompson, CHW Planning Project Manager, agent for the applicant. Very pleased to be here this evening. Several of you were here in June 2018 when a much different version of this application was before you for a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment and rezoning, requesting straight zoning and land use. Since that time, our clients, Kevin Frazier and Matt Wilson, principals of Wilson Development Group, who are joining us this evening by Zoom, have been working with the Suburban Heights residents for the last 20 months. Kevin and Matt have met with the neighbors on 6 separate occasions over that time, outside of what's required by the city for neighborhood workshops. 24 of the 36 the land use and PD conditions you're considering this evening were drafted by the neighbors themselves. The conditions address development and design standards, landscaping, buffers, stormwater management, open space, and transportation. In addition to these conditions, our client prepared a dedicated conservation easement to preserve the southern half of the site in perpetuity, and deed restrictions to address civil agreements that couldn't be regulated by the zoning. Kevin and Matt also reached out to a board member on the First Morning Star Missionary Baptist Church regarding the Rutledge Cemetery next door, and continued to coordinate with city and county staff on transportation modifications to address concerns on 43rd Street, 23rd Avenue, and within the Suburban Heights subdivision. Therefore, it is only appropriate for Mr. Frazier to present the small-scale comprehensive plan amendment and rezoning request to you this evening. Following his presentation, we're glad to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Ryan. I appreciate that. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Excellent. Good evening, Plan Board, neighbors, and city staff. And again, Ryan, thank you for the intro. Obviously, as Ryan mentioned, my name is Kevin Frazier. I'm one of the partners at Wilson Development Group and the applicant for the small-scale comprehensive plan amendment, as well as the rezoning applications that are before you this evening. And I just want to give you a quick history on this project, and then we'll dive into the presentation itself. But obviously, there was a previous hearing back in April of 2018. And after that hearing and the subsequent feedback from the community at large, as well as from the Plan Board, some of the members that are present tonight, we made a decision to take a step back and completely scrap the previous plan. And what we wanted to do was to reevaluate our approach to a rezoning and ultimately development of the southwestern corner at the intersection of Northwest 43rd Street and 23rd Ave. And with the new proposal and approach, my partners and I made the decision strategically that we wanted to focus specifically on community engagement and collaboration in drafting a new zoning proposal and ultimately delivering a development that the neighborhood and overall community can be proud of. I'll obviously be able to explain this in more detail during my presentation, but as Ryan mentioned, we spent the last 20 months, almost 2 years, almost 3 years at this point, working with members of the Suburban Heights neighborhood to create a zoning that accomplishes the objectives of preserving the quality of life of the neighborhood, increases neighborhood convenience, implements measures to ensure that traffic navigational safety, as well as de-incentivizing cut-through traffic, providing multiple layers of protection in the form of enhanced physical buffering and additional recorded legal documents, which Ryan alluded to, and as well as Brittany in her presentation, that will solidify the effectiveness and ultimately preservation in a permanent sense of the conservation area. But the most important element that I wanted to focus on was ensuring that the community as a whole will be enriched by the development, and then specifically that members of that community had significant input and participation in seeing that development come to light. I know obviously that to many people change can be viewed as a bad thing, but what I'd like to demonstrate with this proposal and ultimately this application, and hopefully with this development in the end, is that change is not always a bad thing, and that it doesn't automatically carry with it a negative impact. It can provide an opportunity to positively address concerns that have existed for many years. It can also provide benefits that extend well beyond the boundaries of the property line, and that it can be a source of pride for the community overall. And so with that, I will dive into the presentation itself. And so obviously we're here tonight to discuss the small scale comprehensive plan amendment and rezoning petitions PB 20-141 LUC and PB 20-142 ZON. This slide represents the requirement of the city for public notice to a neighborhood workshop that was held on October 26th of last year. and there's a example of the email that was sent out by CHW to various affected parties. And obviously the advertisement in the local newspaper. The request that we are before you tonight with is two requests, obviously, the small scale comprehensive plan amendment, changing the current office in conservation to a planned use district with mixed use, low intensity, and conservation uses. And then a rezone from general office to conservation via a planned development with a conservation easement. The intent of this is to responsibly redevelop this site with obviously neighborhood input, utilizing neighborhood scale restaurant, retail, financial service, professional service, and conservation uses. And uses that you will find are compatible with what is currently at that intersection, and uses that will provide benefit and will address the everyday needs of the local community. So to give you kind of a quick, more in-depth background on the from 2018 when we left the last planning board hearing to tonight. As Brian mentioned, we spent a lot of time via outreach to the community to have them involved in this new approach to the zoning. And this all started in May of 2019 with an email to the neighbors through the actual Episcopal Church to see if they were willing to participate in a conversation and re-engage with us on a new approach to the zoning that included their input. And we were very pleased, obviously, that they agreed to meet with us. And that first meeting took place in person June 12th of 2019 at the Mott's residence. We began that meeting just getting to know each other because we had not really had a chance to speak that much directly one-on-one prior to that. Certainly something that, again, those that were in attendance that night, it was a monsoon outside, and I've never seen rain that much. But certainly was appreciative of the sacrifice they made in time to hear us out and with their willingness to participate. We followed that in-person meeting up with the second meeting on September 23rd of 2019 at Holy Faith Catholic Church. At that meeting, we began to really begin the substance of what ultimately would become the applications before you tonight. Throughout the course of these meetings, the neighbors were actually meeting amongst themselves. They also had a meeting with city staff to confirm that the PUD PD application would provide the protections that I was telling them it would provide, and that the additional assurances that I would hold true to my word of what I told them I would deliver with the project. We had a third in-person meeting on December 17th of 2019, also at Holy Faith Catholic Church. We looked at several iterations of the potential site plan for the site and began to fine-tune the types of conditions that the neighbors would like to see employed with the new zoning application. We then followed that meeting up with the fourth in-person meeting on March 3rd at Jeannie Repetto's house. And there we actually discussed for the first time specifics on the PUD conditions and actually submitted a draft to the neighbors after that meeting of a series of conditions that we proposed, and along with a draft of conditions that they proposed. And as Ryan mentioned, of the 36 conditions that you will see within the PD document itself, 12 of those were conditions that I cultivated or Matt cultivated or that we cultivated together with CHW, our civil engineer. The other 24 were conditions that were put forth and proposed by the neighbors. And so the point being that they had a lot of input here. Their work is very clearly represented in those PUD conditions, and again, used to address some specific concerns that they had, but also to ensure that this was as much their application as it was mine. Obviously, due to COVID and the effects subsequent thereof, we were not able to meet in person again. And so our next meeting took place September 11th, 2020, and that was held via Zoom, where we discussed the actual PUD conditions themselves and finalize the documents that were ultimately submitted to the city. And I'll note that the neighbors do have copies of the PUD conditions. They have copies of the deed restriction document as well as the conservation easement agreement, which you will see during the presentation. The final meeting that we had prior to the neighborhood workshop that was required by city code was a meeting in October, again via Zoom, that we had with Commissioner David Ariola. We did not discuss the zoning specifically at that meeting, but it was more to make Commissioner Ariel aware that there would be a new application on the property and that application was the result of collaboration between the neighborhood and myself and my partners. Then we ultimately had, on the next slide, you'll see, well, before I get to that slide. So that's what brings kind of full circle. So obviously 20 plus months, again, meetings that were not required by the city, but meetings that we felt were necessary to re-engage with the neighborhood, to adequately address their concerns. Obviously, we would not get every single person in the neighborhood to agree to it. And that's just kind of the nature of situations like this. But we felt that we had a large component of the affected parties and just the neighbors in general that were in support and that represented a large component of the Suburban Heights neighborhood and community at large. And again, I was very appreciative of their participation and their feedback. It was instrumental in getting us to tonight. And you're going to see, obviously, their contributions throughout this presentation. As we anticipated in crafting this new approach, that the chief concerns were going to revolve around traffic and the impact the traffic would have on the neighborhood. Obviously, there's been concern that has been voiced for many years about cut-through traffic within the neighborhood of Suburban Heights itself, in addition to traffic concerns at the intersection of 43rd and 23rd. And we sought to address these concerns ahead of this meeting, one by the PUD conditions, of which there are actually 8 conditions total that are specifically dedicated to transportation and addressing transportation. But we've also had several meetings with the City Public Works Department and Transportation and Mobility in advance of this hearing. And we've also had meetings with Alachua County DOT to begin the discussions on how we can implement traffic reducing measures to ensure the safety of traffic navigation and ultimately to de-incentivize the desire to cut through the neighborhood and really address the concerns that we knew were going to be raised at this hearing this evening. And obviously, as you can see by the matrix, that's a large component of what the concerns were for a development at the southwest corner. Again, this matrix highlights the conditions within the PUD that are specifically addressed to the items and issues raised with the letters that city staff has received and feedback from the community. We have specifically condition 15, 16, 19, 22, and 36 that's addressed the concerns with the traffic intersection of 43rd and 23rd. And then conditions 17, 20, 21, and 35 are specifically designated to address the concern about cut-through traffic within the neighborhood of Suburban Heights. I will also add that we conducted a traffic analysis and traffic counts of the current environment within the neighborhood itself as it relates to traffic, and I do have those data points to share tonight. So, as I mentioned, we had the October 22nd first step meeting with city staff. We then proceeded to the neighborhood workshop on October 26th, where those concerns related to cut-through traffic and the traffic on 23rd Avenue and 43rd Street were brought up. And I assured the attendees of that meeting that I would work with both the city and the county to address those items. And that would be an ongoing process that would not stop from the point of submittal of the application to the point when we actually put a shovel in the ground. We then progressed to submit the application for the rezone in November and ultimately brought us to where we are this evening. So this slide just shows a aerial view perspective of the 7.1 acre site at the southwest corner of 23rd and 43rd. This is the entirety of the site that is under consideration for the 2 applications. And this is just, again, a close-in view perspective of the overall site. It also shows Rutledge Cemetery to the west, along with the office park, and then ultimately the residential homes at 46th and the residential homes at 20th Place. The proposed site plan is overlaid on this aerial, and I want to highlight this because it's obviously very different from the plan that was presented back in 2018, which is a more traditional retail layout with buildings in the middle of the parking lot and then parking surrounding the buildings. We have brought the buildings up to the road to be consistent with the new urbanism initiative, which I know is gaining some prominence in Gainesville. But it was also done to enhance the interactivity of those buildings with the road to create a more urban feel. But also to push those buildings as far away from the adjacent property lines as possible to create additional buffering elements in addition to what I'm going to be outlining as we go through the presentation. The makeup of this site plan was also done with specific intent to have a intensity of uses decline the closer you get to the southern property boundary. So we have one drive-through use on the northernmost property. We then have a series of multi-tenant buildings south, and then the building on the southernmost component, and this is outlined in the PUD conditions, is only to be used for office and or service. We will not be allowed to have any restaurants in this building. And again, that is done to have a decrease of intensity uses as you approach the southern property line. Again, highlighting the distance of the building from the southernmost parcel line for the residential home, which is 350 feet, followed by 700 feet to the property line at 46 for the residential homes on that side to the west. This is just, again, a different aerial perspective of the corner showing the public shopping center on the southeast corner, the Fresh Market Shopping Center on the northeast corner, and then ultimately the CVS on the northwestern corner. Again, all commercial uses consistent with what we are proposing on our site. And again, uses that will service the needs of the everyday consumers in this portion of Northwest Gainesville. We've shown a similar perspective highlighting the positioning of the buildings relative to the road. And I wanted to highlight that what you will find is the alignment of the buildings is consistent with what you have with the CVS, which I know was the most recent structure that was built at that prior to the financial services little 2-tenant building down there by where the Beef O'Brady's used to be. But that we're bringing those buildings again close up to the road to provide interactivity with the sidewalk, with the road, the new urbanism initiative, and also again to increase the distance of those uses from the other property lines. And I'm going to highlight that again here with this slide. So again, highlighting the Rutledge Cemetery to the west, along with the office park, and then the conservation easement area to the south. And again, showing the measurements of the building to the actual property lines of 700 feet and 350 feet. So again, the applications before you tonight are to change the current conditions from office and conservation to a PUD, incorporating limited mixed use, low intensity uses and conservation, and then also changing the current zoning from general office and conservation to planned development with a conservation easement. And I'm going to focus some time on the conservation easement for the next few slides. This was a hot button item when the last presentation came before you, and also was of chief concern to the neighbors when we re-engaged back in June of 2019. And what I wanted to do was to find a way to provide a permanent buffer, one that cannot be changed in the future, one that has multiple layers of protection to it, in addition to zoning, that will assure the neighborhoods and ensure that there is going to be a preserved space there indefinitely. And to show the balance of percentages of the current developable area to conservation area, if these applications are approved, 47% of the area will be dedicated to developable area, and over half of the site, 53%, will be dedicated as conservation or as a conservation easement. And again, highlighting the confines of the conservation easement. Within the proposed conditions, again, and we worked with the neighbors to come up with a list that would address all of the uses that they would like to see on the site and the uses that they would not like to see on the site. And so the consensus with the group that we were working with was conservation, obviously with associated maintenance and stormwater only, retail sales and service, professional office services, financial institution, restaurant or coffee with an associated drive-through, and the notation there that says to be further defined within condition 17, that definition further defines that there is only one drive-through use allowed on the property, period. And that use can only be a coffee shop, a fast casual restaurant, or a financial institution. The prohibited uses, which are consistent with a lot of the less desirable uses, which our tenants actually have in their leases. So we would be held to a lease that would cause us to not be able to do these specific uses in addition to the zoning and the deed restriction document, as you'll see later. But we also added in a few other elements to this list that the neighbors specifically did not want to have on that corner. Chief amongst those, a fuel station or a convenience store. They did not want to have any discount stores or dollar stores. No medical emergency facilities that would have ambulances coming in at 24 hours a day, all hours of the night with noise. They also did not want to have any grocery stores or food trucks on that corner. And again, these are all listed as prohibited uses within the PUD and PD conditions themselves. And ultimately, I would not be able to put any of these uses on this site. And in order for somebody to try and do that, they would have to, if this application is ultimately approved, they would have to get they would have to rezone the property. They would also have to amend the deed restriction document as well. So again, point being, adding multiple layers of protection to the neighborhood via the zoning and the civil documents. The structure and layout of our site is with the intent to be code compliant with the development plan. We're going to have 3 access points to the property, one on Northwest 23rd Avenue, which will be right in, right out only. We'll have 2 access points on Northwest 43rd Street. The northernmost access point will be right in, right out only, and the southernmost access point will be a full access point. Again, as I mentioned, the uses with heavier traffic and longer hours and the actual hours of operation are also defined within the PUD-PD document. So you're not going to have any 24-hour operating facilities here. You will not have any businesses open at 2 a.m. The uses with heavier traffic and longer hours will be located and oriented towards the northern boundary of the site. And again, a reduction in intensity of use as you get closer to the neighborhood to the south. In addition, any garbage collection or recycling facilities will have to be fully enclosed so that any noise or smells are confined to those receptacles and they do not emanate across the property into the neighborhood as a nuisance. The proposed conditions for facade and building design, again, these are elements that were specifically crafted by the neighborhood. In these meetings with this group of neighbors, presented them with 3 options for design of the property. And this was the option that they chose. There was some additional input from a few of the neighbors that they wanted to see a pitched roof element included in those designs, which we were obviously happy to incorporate. These will obviously be further refined with our architect, which is API out of Tampa. They are a licensed architect, which is another condition within the deed restriction document. But that ultimately what will be produced there will be something that is an enhancement to that corridor. And again, will improve the overall quality of consumer life within Northwest Gainesville, and will be a project that the neighborhood and ultimately the city can be very proud of. Within those conditions, we will have to adhere to city and proposed design standards. We will also have to limit the height of the buildings to 1 story. We will have a maximum of 5 freestanding commercial buildings and a maximum combined square footage of 32,000 square feet. And this is another closer in image of the site plan as proposed, showing the building uses pushed up to the road. One item I will highlight, obviously the drive-through building is set back a little from the road. The reason for that is, and one of the concerns of the neighborhood that they've expressed with other uses like this one in the city, is that the drive-throughs have a tendency to overload and in some cases actually spill out onto an arterial road and create traffic. And so we have set the building back and created a wrapped stack to give the building ample stacking and queuing to prevent any cars from ever bleeding out onto 23rd Avenue. And again, this was a request of the neighborhood, specifically neighbors that are in very close proximity to this property line. And I know one of the neighbors actually did reach out to me directly after the neighborhood workshop and had expressed her appreciation that we listened to their concerns about that specific item and had addressed that within the site plan itself. We also are obviously heavily landscaping this property to, again, ensure that there are no light or sound that emanates off of the property and becomes a nuisance to the adjacent neighborhood. We also had specific requests of a landscape berm and on the southernmost portion of the property, along with a masonry privacy wall along the southern boundary of the property line. I'm going to further dive into the specifics on that, or excuse me, those 2 elements in the next few slides. And so here's a zoomed in perspective of the landscape berm. This will actually be within the conservation easement, and it is specifically outlined as an allowed use within the conservation easement. There, in addition to this, there will be a 8-foot tall masonry privacy wall on the southern property boundary line, which is not shown in this picture, but it will be implemented and it is outlined specifically in the PD conditions to again create additional physical barriers to ensure that no light and no sound will travel from this project into the neighborhood to the south. Here's just a round out view. Now, another element that we wanted to focus on was the conservation area itself and ensuring that the integrity of that area is maintained long term. And as you can see, we have our southernmost access point that dips down into the current conservation zoned area. And what we will be doing is we will be actually dedicating the land north of that line along the access road as conservation. And so what you have today is a total square footage of 162,292 square feet. We're going to be utilizing roughly 1,680 square feet for the access drive, but we are going to be adding back via the newly designated conservation easement area, 2,300 square feet. So you're actually going to have a net gain of 645 square feet of conservation. So again, addressing the concern about the taking of conservation land, we are actually adding to the conservation land within this project. So here's one of the most important slides, specifically addressing the concern of cut-through traffic. As I had mentioned, myself, along with my engineers at CHW, have proactively reached out to the city and to the county. The city is obviously the governing authority within the neighborhood itself. The county governs 43rd Street and 23rd Avenue. And in meetings with the Public Works Department and Traffic and Mobility, we were very pleased that they would support additional traffic calming measures within the neighborhood, and that those measures would be installed and paid for by us. And that's something that we were obviously very happy to do. And so what you see before you is a diagram, and this is the same diagram that we crafted with the city with their feedback of the additional places that we will be able to implement traffic calming measures to reduce or arrest the momentum of cars within the neighborhood itself, and ultimately to de-incentivize the desire for any cars to cut through the neighborhood to get from one side of the city to the other. And so as you can see, there is an existing speed bump at Northwest 46th Street. We will be adding in 2 additional raised intersections at the intersection of 19th Ave and 46th. We will also be adding an additional raised intersection at 16th Place and 46th, coupled with additional speed tables and pinch points at Northwest 17th Place, Northwest 18th Place. And we have also received feedback from the city that they would support an additional speed table pinch point on Northwest 19th Avenue, but we will have to continue to work with them to find a suitable place to locate it based on access drives and also the north-south access to 20th Place, as you see there. And we've provided additional examples of what those traffic calming elements would look like. But again, the intent would be that for anyone that chose to turn left on Northwest 18th Place, hypothetically, or 19th Avenue, and head westbound to 23rd Avenue, assuming on the way to Santa Fe College, that they would encounter not 1, but 2 and up to 3 traffic reducing elements that would prevent their racing through the neighborhood, but it ultimately would also require more time to navigate than if they were to just stay on Northwest 43rd Street, go through the traffic signal, and just take the ordinary left on Northwest 23rd Avenue. Again, these are items that we are currently in discussions with the city with. They have expressed their support for these elements, and we will continue to refine this and mature this diagram and these features, along with additional signage, to ensure that the cut-through traffic within the neighborhood itself, the concern for that is appropriately addressed. And again, I know this has been a concern of the neighbors for many years. And again, I want to highlight that this development gives us the opportunity to positively address that concern, and that we are actually can be an advocate for the neighborhood with the city, which is what I assure the neighbors I would do, both in the meetings with the group that I've referenced several times, as well as the neighborhood workshop. We are also working with the county on additional calming measures for Northwest 23rd and Northwest 43rd, the intersection itself. One item that was brought up on a couple of occasions was an additional crosswalk on Northwest 43rd Street, which is just a radar flashing beacon. What we have learned after meetings with county DOT is that the state DOT is actually discouraging this element to be proliferated. There is actually one I know on 16th right now, but as a result of state DOT moving away from that as a pedestrian mobility feature, the county is also following suit. But again, we are going to continue to work tirelessly with the county and with the city to ensure, that all of these items are appropriately addressed. And it will not stop after this meeting. That will continue and mature all the way up to the point of us putting a shovel in the ground, assuming the applications are approved. So as Ryan had mentioned, and I've also alluded to, we are going to have several elements above and beyond the PUD/PD conditions to provide additional layers of protections and assurances for the neighbors themselves. And so we have crafted a deed restriction civil document, which actually mirrors in large part the PUD/PD conditions, but also adds in several other features that cannot be governed by zoning. And this document, and this is the actual draft that would be used, will be recorded with the city, and this will carry with the land indefinitely. Our intent is to hold this property long-term, but if we were to sell it, or in 50 years or 60 years that I'm not around, in 100 years, this deed restriction document will still be in place on top of the zoning and coupled with the document that I'm about to show you next, which is the conservation easement document. The members of the neighborhood do have this document. When this document is recorded, it will become public record, and anybody can pull this and review it. And again, just highlighting the traffic restriction measures, conditions related specifically to trees and signage, access points, crosswalks. Again, listing out the series of restricted uses, landscaping, garbage facilities, hours of operation for the restaurants, proximity of restaurants to the southern property line. We've also added in stormwater as well in terms of addressing that and how it will be handled via the conservation easement area. And the item Roman numeral 8 is the concrete masonry and brick wall that I referenced in the visual several slides ago that will be used as an additional sound buffer for the neighbors themselves. That is the legal description of the property today. This is again highlighting one of the conditions within the deed restriction document. This is another exhibit relating to the deed restriction document of the site plan. And finally, the last civil document that we're going to be employing is the conservation easement document. And again, this is being done to provide a permanent protection and layer above conservation zoning. This is highlighted in the PUD conditions. This is also highlighted in the deed restriction document. So again, 3 layers of protection to ensure that the intent of that area to act as a buffer is maintained and ensuring that it's going to be a permanent fixture of that corner. This also specifically highlights what can be and will not be allowed within the conservation easement area itself, and that the only items that will be allowed are the access drive that was shown earlier, the landscape berm, the privacy wall, and associated stormwater management facilities, which will be placed in the current area that is not occupied by any trees, and that we're going to maintain the current state of the trees that are in place with respect to the access road and the privacy wall, which there are some utilities that run underneath that may not allow us to get those right up onto the property line, but they're going to be very close, I mean, within 10 feet. That we're going to try to maintain it as best we can in its current state. And there will be vendors that we will employ that will ensure that it is maintained, that it's maintained in a clean state. But again, to ensure with additional layers of protection for the neighborhood that will be in place indefinitely. And for anyone to ever attempt to change it, if they say somebody wanted to come in 50 years and try to put a restaurant there, they would have to first get the property rezoned. They would then have to amend the deed restriction document, and then they would ultimately have to amend this conservation easement agreement. And I think most can agree that that would be a nearly impossible task. It would require the sign off of the neighborhood, the city, and essentially 3 separate rezonings. And again, these are highlights of exhibits that reference the conservation easement itself, including the site plan, a legal description of the conservation area, which corresponds with this survey and the image on Exhibit C. Again, highlighting the conservation easement area, but speaking specifically to what will be allowed within that area, no commercial or residential tenant occupied structures, no parking lots, no equipment storage may be placed within the easement area. The only items that will be allowed are stormwater management facilities, which will be a dry detention pond, privacy walls, landscape berms, and related access points for the maintenance of those features. And again, just highlighting the boundaries of that conservation easement area. Another opportunity that I highlighted that will present itself, and Ryan alluded to this during his introduction for me, We have proactively reached out to the First Morning Star Missionary Baptist Church. They're the custodians of the Rutledge Cemetery, which is immediately west of our property. And for those who don't know, it is a historically Black cemetery that has been around since the late 1800s. And the condition of the current landscaping for the property, it looks a little tired. And what we have decided to do, again, as a part of community outreach, but also community investment, is that we want to donate the landscaping and enhanced street frontage and fencing and signage that you see in this rendering. That will be done on our dime at no cost to the church. And again, as a way for us to extend the benefits to the community beyond the boundaries of our property line. We are currently in communications with the board. Those conversations are ongoing. And the intent would be to, if we can all come to an agreement on what they want to see there, that would be installed in concert with our project. But again, it's something from a social justice standpoint, and I know that's obviously a big topic today, that we would be able to contribute to the enhancement of the profile of that cemetery within the community itself, but also further the legacy of all those that are buried there and the history that site has in the community. In conclusion, these are just highlighting your staff's recommendations for approval, and their evaluation of the application is consistent with the Land Development Code. Also with their conclusion that we will continue to work with the city's Transportation and Mobility Department to review traffic calming methods for inclusion within the neighborhood. That those efforts will also continue with the Alachua County Public Works Department, and that we will adhere to the conditions of the PD document that was submitted as part of this application and ultimately with the city. So the proposed motions would obviously be for recommended approval of PB 2141 based on the competent and substantial evidence presented tonight, staff's report, and my presentation this evening. The second would be for recommendation of approval for PB 2142 zoning with the conditions as outlined in the staff report and the competent and substantial evidence presented in the application's staff's report and my application presentation this evening. So in closing, I'd like to thank again the members of the Plan Board for your time and consideration of my proposal. I'd ask that you take note of the recommendations of your city staff, which includes the Department of Transportation and Mobility, Department of Public Works, Environmental Department, and Planning and Zoning Departments. But most importantly, the members of the Suburban Heights neighborhood who have expressed their support for this application and whom I've worked with diligently over the course of nearly 2 years, and who have had an equal hand alongside me in crafting the zoning conditions for the proposed development for which your professional staff recommended approval. So I'd ask that you let their collective support be the basis for your vote of support for this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frazier. Bringing it back to the board and remembering right now we're just focused on the land use change for the time being. Do we have any questions for the applicant? Okay. Is that Sophia? Okay.
Hey, so my question was specifically with regard to the component of the project surrounding the drive-through, and
yes, ma'am.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you fine.
Sure.
Yes.
You had explained that I guess the landscaping and the design of that area was purposeful in terms of reducing outlying traffic that would result from that drive-through, and I didn't quite understand how the traffic would work in that area. If you could please either zoom in or kind of go back to that image and show how specifically it is that the cars will not be backed up on those streets. Thank you.
I think that may be the best. Well, let me see if I can find a better picture for you. There we go. So the design of this, of the layout of the drive-through facility. So in theory, one would enter as they head eastbound off of 23rd Avenue. They would not be able to immediately access the drive-through through this cut. This is a one-way only street. And so they would have to travel southbound, then turn east and head around the building to then enter the queue for the drive-through. They would enter here, they would pick up their items at this window and would then exit and come around, and then ultimately exit the property either through 23rd Avenue, or they could head out through the entrances or exits on 43rd Street. This queue stack would allow for 50 cars to queue, not saying that would happen, but 50 cars to queue, and would prevent any cars from ultimately stacking up on this southern access or this northern access point and ultimately going out onto 23rd Avenue. We wanted to make it to where the cars had to travel as far distance as possible to get their order in and then ultimately pick their order up before they exited, and to give the site ample queuing ability for the cars.
Thank you. Any other questions for the applicants? Yep, go ahead, Mr. Newman.
Maybe this is maybe a little bit of a question for the applicant and staff. Thank you, Madam Chair. So one of the criteria that we are supposed to be looking at for a decision for land use change, it says the need for additional land in the proposed land use category based on the projected population of the city and relative availability of current and proposed land use categories. In the staff report, there's just a table. There's nothing that sort of talks about the need, and I'd be curious if the applicant had anything in their reports or anything to show the need for this land use change.
Yes. So the site plan that you're seeing today, I mean, that is based and predicated off of specific tenants that have reached out to us and have expressed a need for a location in Northwest Gainesville. I'm aware that there are some vacant spaces in the center across the street and in the center of the Fresh Market. And the ability for these tenants to service their community and ultimately to attract customers is primarily predicated on visibility. And the fact that we have oriented these buildings in the manner that we have gives them the ability to attract that attention. They would have more success in a site like this than they would in the elbow of a shopping center across the street, or potentially in an office park that sits off the road. What you find is that all users, even medical office users now, are focusing on this type of visibility to bring in consumers. And the amount of square footage that we are showing on this site, the demand that we would have for this site would actually exceed what we're showing, based on the tenants that are currently in the market looking for a location. And obviously they've designated Northwest Gainesville as an area they would like to locate in based on the current residential population, but also the growth of that population and the daytime population and the proximity to business centers and ultimately to the neighborhoods. Their impact analyses are extensive. I mean, these guys pay millions of dollars a year for their consultants to determine if a site will be successful. And they take into consideration education levels, demographic analysis, income analysis, existing void analysis, growth of that community, education level of that community, multiple data points that have justified their reason for wanting to have a store here, and that the growth of the population in Gainesville will sustain the users that would locate on this site, and would give other users the opportunity to open up their first locations, be those local businesses or regional businesses.
Okay, thank you. And just so potentially just also for the public a little bit is like, so the current land use, the current zoning, what are you able to do right now by right that you couldn't do with this plan?
So we could do office, we could do service uses, we could actually do multifamily and or residential. The reason for the request for the change in zoning and the small scale comprehensive plan amendment is for the allowance of the restaurant uses, which this site is 3+ acres. I know that some people have maybe envisioned that there would just be a row of restaurants here and nothing else. And again, I want to provide assurances that we couldn't do restaurants in every one of those buildings, even if we wanted to. The parking allotments wouldn't allow for it. The tenants wouldn't allow us to do that. And that a blend of uses, mix of uses, is what is the future of commercial development, to where you're incorporating restaurant uses plus doctor's offices, physical therapists, childcare, your service of everyday needs, so that people can come to one location and not have to drive to 6, 7, or 8 different locations to accomplish all of their tasks for the day. And so that is the reason for the requested change of use, because this gives us the ability to address that trend better than if the property was left in a condition of general office.
Right. And again, just so you could though keep it, you know, you could go forward with the underlying land use and zoning, and you could actually ask for a special use permit for restaurants if you wanted, correct? I mean, you could do that if you wanted.
Correct, but what that would not allow me to do is to provide the additional assurances via the PUD that outline the other measures of protection for the neighborhood. The purpose of that PUD, in addition to allowing us to use those, to do those uses to service that consumer need, is to also provide those protections for the neighbors. And a homogeneous zoning with an SUP would not accomplish the same protections as the PUD-PD does.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other board member questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to public comment. For those of you who have been classified affected parties, as Mr. Persons alluded to earlier, that's going to relate to the zoning application. So right now, because I don't really have a way of knowing how many people are on the phone, we're going to limit folks to 3 minutes for their public comments. We'll go first to those in the room with us this evening. If you would like to speak to this item, please step up and state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes. Like I said, those of you who are affected parties will have more time with the next petition, but right now we're focused on the land use.
Yeah, so just to clarify, for those in the audience that have if you want to do your actual presentation, that will be with the next item, but you can make whatever comments you want right now. But your actual presentation will be brought up with the next item.
Is now or not?
Not for this one.
Yeah, you're welcome to speak now for 3 minutes, but the presentations will be a part of the zoning item. Does that make sense to everyone? But you are welcome to speak to this land use item as well for 3 minutes.
So basically you'll have 2 chances to speak.
Yeah, that's correct.
It makes no sense for you to wait till the zoning. Thank you.
So feel free, you have 3 minutes right now. If you are an affected party, you will get 10 minutes to the next item as well.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead, please state your name for the record.
Yes. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you tonight. My name is Ron Randalls. I'm a retired faculty member from the University of Florida. My wife and I live in suburban Heights on Northwest 20th Place, and we are affected parties. If I could have my first slide, please.
I'm not sure
My
if
title
Marcus
slide?
is ready to bring it up.
Yeah, so the presentation portion actually happens with the next item.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I mean,
Yes,
if it helps.
staff
to
can
move it.
clarify for everyone, because I think
Yeah.
the affected parties don't quite understand the process.
I would say, Madam Chair, just for the purpose of moving the hearing on, if the board is willing to let the petition, or the Mr. Randall's give his presentation at the land use phase, I mean, that's your discretion. This is as I said, a legislative hearing, so we don't have the same prescriptive rules as we do for the quasi-judicial hearing, which would be next. So if it's, pleases the board, he can give his presentation there. When we have it, we can pull it up.
My concern is we haven't recognized and sworn in people as affected parties right now. So if we give some members of the public more time, how do we designate who gets more time now than the 3 minutes? So in fairness, and I'm open to board comment on this, but in fairness, we either are opening the can of worms to people speaking to an additional amount of time, and we can discuss what that might be, or giving everyone equal opportunity right now because they haven't been classified as affected parties yet. So I'm open to input from the board members. My thought is at this point, because we haven't identified affected parties, everyone is treated equally. If anyone would like to suggest giving people more time or doing something different, we can discuss it as a board. Seeing no input. Mr. Blythe, did you have a thought?
Just a thought. I mean, the order of this is kind of important, I think, for these items. So if there's something that's critical to find out as part of decision 1, I'm open to hearing it as part of decision 1, even if it's meant to be part of decision 2. Which I realize we need to limit kind of the time as part of decision 1.
Mr. Hawkins?
I concur with
thoughts?
Member Blythe. I concur with Member Blythe.
Okay. So are you all suggesting that we lengthen the time that everyone can present at this point, or we somehow try to identify the affected parties at this point?
Madam Chair, as a suggestion, I mean,
Yeah.
you guys could always just delay taking action on the land use until you have a chance to hear the zoning as another option.
Okay.
Then we could just move right into the zoning portion and then come back to the land use after that portion of the hearing.
Okay, that is something I would prefer, I think, than kind of trying to make up rules on the fly, if the board's amenable to that. Mr. Hawkins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think that's a bad idea from time management. One thing that occurs to me is I don't know if all of us know the difference between the legislative item and the quasi-judicial item in terms of what that means for due process, what that means for the standards under which we have to make a decision under state law and our own code. So, I mean, if everybody is comfortable, we understand those distinctions. I want us to all be sure that we're comfortable in understanding those distinctions, I guess is what I would say.
And
I feel comfortable that I do.
we do have city legal on the line too, in case you have any questions for them as well.
Okay. How do you all feel about perhaps taking a vote if everyone would like to delay this item and hear the next item first? Is that what we're sort of suggesting? It sounds like delay this vote and go ahead to the hearing the next item.
Of the ideas that I've heard suggested so far, my preferred one at this point is that we just treat the members of the public the same way we treated the gentleman from CHW and let them speak and ask them to please be conscious of the amount of time that we have available. It's limited, we're volunteers, but if they have more than 3 minutes of material to say, to let them.
Okay. Other board members, do you have thoughts on that? Mr. Newman?
Yeah, just for curiosity, is there any way for us to know, I mean, obviously we can see how many people are here in the room. Is there any way to know, like, how many people in the queue we're gonna have from the virtual call-in comment?
I saw a thumbs up. Do you know how many people are waiting?
Yes, Madam Chair. At present, and this is always subject to change, we have 3 people in the queue. One has been dropped, but we're hoping that she calls back. As we go through this process, sometimes people jump in and we screen them live. But for the moment, there are 3.
So,
Okay.
yeah, so I mean,
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, this is Elizabeth. There are also some people in the attendee portion of the Zoom meeting, and I am not sure, they don't have an item next to their name. I'm not sure what they're here for. They may also be here to speak to that.
Okay. Is there a way that someone on the Zoom meeting can communicate with those people via chat and figure out if they would like to speak to this item, so we have an idea of who, just so we know what items they're here to speak to?
There is no chat, Madam Chair, in the Zoom meeting for legal and policy reasons. I can try to call them out by name now if it pleases the board.
That's okay. We'll wait till we get to them. I didn't realize that was a third group that we'll have to call on, but we will get to them in turn. So we have 3 different groups of the public that we will be hearing from. Okay, so we will, if the board's amenable to it, we will give people longer than the 3 minutes, asking that everyone is respectful of our time and your time as well this evening, because we are in for a late night, I believe. But you're welcome to give your presentation now. If broadcast can bring that up, I think that's what we're sort of leaning towards. Do I see any objections from board members?
No, I think that's fine. I think, just for the public, if there's 100 people on there and everyone wants to speak for 10 minutes, like that's a problem. I don't think that that's a problem. That's why we're just trying to figure this out. We are not trying to limit what people are saying. We're just trying to manage the time. So that's it.
We did receive a large number of emails to this item, so if we had a comparable number of people on the phone, we would be looking at more time. But right now, it does seem manageable. So we will go ahead, not limiting folks' presentation time, but just asking that you are considerate. Okay, come back. I'm sorry about all of that and the confusion. And broadcast, if you have his presentation, please.
Yes, thank you again for allowing me to make my presentation to you. Again, my name is Ron Randalls. I'm a retired faculty member from the University of Florida. My wife and I live on Northwest 20th Place in Suburban Heights, and we are affected parties. I'm here to speak on behalf of the portion of our neighbors who are very concerned about the volume of traffic that could be generated by this proposed development. The issues are not the fault of the developer or the diocese. The issues here are really stem from a basic structure of the piece of land they're trying to develop. Its size, its shape, its location produce a basic weakness, and it makes it problematic for heavy commercial development. The weakness is that it cannot safely direct its exit traffic in all 4 directions that meet at this corner. And in particular, that weakness makes it a very poor location for a high traffic producer like a Starbucks. And let's be clear, that's what the intention is to put a Starbucks on that corner. So if I could go to the next slide, please. Take a look here at their site plan. One thing is I would say is you can enter safely from all 4 directions, no problem. It's the exiting that is the concern. Their first exit, number 1, is located at the northwest corner of the development, and it's a right-hand turn only exit eastbound on 23rd Avenue. The second exit is in the central eastern location of the plant, and it is also a right-hand turn only that is southbound on 43rd Street. The third exit is located down here at the southeastern corner of the development, and it is, in their plan, supposed to be right-hand and left-hand turn both at that location. And this exit is opposite the Publix entrance and exit right across the street from it, which is the central western exit from that Millhopper Shopping Center. So I give the developers credit. They recognized the weakness of exit 3, and they attempted to convince the county to let them put a traffic light at that location. If they had been successful in getting a traffic light at that location, it would have made a safe exit for people who wanted to go north on 43rd, or if they wanted to go west on 23rd, they could come up on 43rd, get into the left-hand turn lane, and then make a safe exit west on 23rd Avenue. However, the county rejected their request for a traffic light at exit number 3. Next slide, please. So what I want to call to your attention is the fact that this exit as proposed in their plan is quite simply unsafe. It will not function safely as it's indicated in their proposal. Can I go to the next slide, please? Here's a graph of that exit. And all of us who live in the neighborhood know full well that it's very difficult even now to exit out of the public shopping center and make a left-hand turn going southbound on 43rd Street. If you try to do that, well, first the traffic comes up and down 43rd Street in both directions, very rapid pace and in waves, often long waves. So if you're going to exit south on 43rd from Publix currently, you have to you have to wait for a gap in the northbound waves and then pull into the center turn lane and stay there until there's a gap in the southbound waves. So you can pull into those southbound lanes and go south on 43rd. And you won't be able to do that with this new development because of the fact that there'll be traffic coming up here with the intention of turning in left into the new development. In fact, just the other night, my neighbor, Dr. Harry Shaw and me were driving north on 43rd Street, and we attempted to turn into the driveway of the church property. And so we came up this lane. And this was about 5:15 in the evening. The traffic was backed up from the 23rd Avenue all the way past this intersection. And a customer from Publix came out and whipped out there and came into this lane. And fortunately, Dr. Shaw saw him coming and left him room to get into that lane. Otherwise, we would have had a head-on collision in that lane. And in fact, he could not see us until he was completely into that middle turn lane because of the backed up traffic from the traffic light was stacked up here in this corner, and there were some trucks in that group. So this will be a problematic intersection at best and will definitely produce accidents. Next slide, please. As extra evidence toward that, I point out an intersection that I'm calling intersection 4. It's where the driveway north from Publix meets the driveway that was aimed at that other driveway that was designed to be opposite south from Fresh Market. At exit 4, this exact plan was implemented, and it failed very quickly. And because of accidents in that turn lane. And as a result, the traffic engineers had to implement, next slide please, protected left-hand turn lanes into that intersection. The same thing will happen here at exit 3. They will have to introduce these protected left-hand turns into Publix and into the new development. And of course, once that happens, then there are it mandates a right-hand turn only exit at exit number 3. Next slide, please. So basically, there are only 2 safe directions from this new development: east on 23rd Avenue and south on 43rd Street. So the proposed intersections that they show in their plan will most certainly not last. It will have to be corrected in the future. So when that happens, we will have only these 2 safe exit directions. Next slide, please. So what we're seeing here now is if we assume that there are only right-hand turns out of this development at all 3 exits, how will the traffic behave? Let's think of somebody who wants to go north on 43rd and exiting this development, what will they do? They could potentially come out exit number 1, cut across 2 eastbound lanes, and get into this left-hand turn lane here at the intersection, and then be able to turn left on 43rd. But that will only be able to be done certain times of the day. During peak traffic periods, the backup from the traffic at this traffic light goes beyond this intersection. And this turn lane here backs up very quickly, more quickly than the right-hand turn lanes do. And so that kind of exit to go north on 43rd Street will be very problematic. So instead, what will happen is that people who want to go north on 43rd will be exiting south on 43rd and will attempt to U-turn on 43rd to go north. And we're not talking about a few cars here. We're talking about a lot of cars. And so that will be problematic for the 43rd Street corridor. Next slide, please. And for the customers who want to go west on 23rd Avenue, what will they do? Well, this is painfully clear what they will do. They will exit south on 43rd Street, enter Suburban Heights on 19th Avenue, come across and up 46th Street going north in order to turn west on 23rd Avenue. The development will send this west exit traffic, virtually all of this west exit traffic, through our neighborhood at all hours of the day. During the morning hours, many students use 23rd Avenue to go west to attend Santa Fe College or to go to Buchholz High School. Each of these student groups loves Starbucks products, both before and after school. And during those same morning hours, our neighborhood children are walking up 46th Street or biking to go to Buchholz, or our middle school children are walking up 46th to go to their bus stop, which is right up here at the corner of 23rd and 46th. And so that cut-through traffic poses a very serious hazard to our neighborhood. Traffic mitigation efforts, well-intentioned though they might be, traffic mitigation efforts, speed tables, signs saying no through traffic, they really won't stop the cut-through traffic once it begins. And believe me, it will come through Suburban Heights in substantial numbers. Next slide, please. So the danger to our neighborhood is because of this cut-through traffic coming through Suburban Heights at all hours of the day through Suburban Heights neighborhood. Next slide, please. From the developer's own data that they supplied in their application, they estimate 1,472 vehicles per day entering and exiting this development. If we conservatively estimate that only 17% want to exit west on 23rd Avenue, then the Suburban Heights cut-through traffic would be 250 cars per day. And I think both the 1,472 and my 17% are conservative in that measure. Next slide, please. We are not opposed to the development of this corner. Moreover, we recognize that any development on that corner will produce some cut-through traffic through Suburban Heights. But the only effective way we can protect our neighborhood, its atmosphere, the children of our neighborhood, is to limit the volume of this cut-through traffic. That's our only hope. For that reason, a Starbucks at this location would make a very poor neighbor. A Starbucks is a traffic magnet. I was told by 2 different managers of a comparable local Starbucks that it attracts 900 cars per day on a typical weekday. Yes, much of their business is in the morning hours. A Starbucks typically does between 60 and 65% of its business before noon. But those are the same hours that those Santa Fe students are commuting west to their college, and will be wanting to drive through our neighborhood, latte in hand. And at the same time, our children are walking up 46th Street. There are no sidewalks in suburban Heights. Our children and our pedestrians and our families walk in the streets. If we were to replace the Starbucks with a financial institution with a drive-through instead of a Starbucks with a drive-through, then that would reduce the exit traffic from this development by roughly 1/2. And that's my request. I have no problem with these developers. They're reasonable people. But a Starbucks at this location produces serious traffic safety hazards to the intersection at 23rd and 43rd, to the roadway of 43rd Street, and most definitely puts excessive west exit traffic through suburban Heights. Substantially reduce, can I go to my next slide, please? Substantially reduce the exit traffic from this location by eliminating the Starbucks, and the development will replacing the Starbucks with something like a bank, as I indicated, that would substantially reduce the exit traffic and could make this development accessible and acceptable. But as it stands, we think this proposal should be rejected. Do you have any questions for me?
Thank you. Staff, are we asking people to sign in, or are we not doing that anymore with COVID?
Yeah, I guess I need to go put the sheet out for that.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Okay, and if the next person that's here would like to step up and speak, please state your name for the record, and it does sound like Ms. McMullen is gonna have a sign-in sheet for folks as well.
Good evening. My name is Harry Shaw. I'm a retired faculty and administrator from the University of Florida. I'm an affected party and have lived in suburban Heights since 1974. During the past 47 years, my wife and I raised 3 children, and for much of that time, enjoyed a quiet, safe, and convenient neighborhood. The existing land use plan has served us well. Because I wanted to stay that way as an affected party, I earnestly ask you to hear us and to oppose and deny the proposed PD, Wilson zoning, rezoning, St. Michael's Church property. I strongly oppose the proposed PD because it is so very incompatible with the continuation of the quiet, safe, convenient, residential neighborhood we have, and therefore incompatible with the city's own comprehensive plan, goals 1 and 2 of which call for the promotion and improvement of the quality of life. In recent years, growth of commercial development in the area has already negatively affected the ambience of the neighborhood by dramatically increasing the flow of cut-through traffic, especially on Northwest 46th Street where I live. In 2018, a proposal by the Wilson Development Group was unanimously rejected by the City Plan Board. Now, the Wilson Development Group has returned to the City Plan Board with an altered proposal in the form of a PD that includes new conditions it says it will abide by. we realize that change is not always bad. Change can be good. But the illusion of change can be bad. Unfortunately, while the new conditions listed in the proposed PD are not themselves objectionable, indeed, some of them might please some neighbors or even benefit some neighbors. The developer proposes nothing to meaningfully address the main cause of opposition to the 2018 proposal. The main reason that neighbors and the community overwhelmingly opposed the proposed development in 2018 was concern about how the increased traffic generated by the development would negatively impact the safety, tranquility, and overall quality of life of the Suburban Heights neighborhood. So as to the main material threat to our neighborhood, nothing has changed. We wish to be clear that we are not opposed to the development of St. Michael's Church property. We realize that change can be very good. We understand that very likely this property will be sold and developed for profitable commercial use. But the PD proposal points toward inclusion of a Starbucks. Our concern is not that the property will be developed, but rather that it be developed in a way that proves clearly that it is not detrimental to the neighborhood. Although the developer lists a financial institution and another restaurant as examples of other possible businesses on the property, our understanding is that the developer considers the Starbucks with a drive-through under the guise of coffee shop essential to the deal, that their development was contingent on one drive-through coffee retailer. Now, the innocuous sounding coffee shop for us then becomes the Trojan horse, because it allows a Starbucks with a drive-through, which would result inevitably in significantly increased cut-through neighborhood traffic. In that regard, nothing has changed. This particular lack of change outweighs all the positive conditions and concessions in the proposed PUD. This particular lack of change. The developer has provided no concrete evidence that a Starbucks with a drive-through will not generate a high volume of traffic during the Suburban Heights, cutting through the Suburban Heights neighborhood. Rather, citing as its source the ITE trip generator, trip generation manual, 10th edition, the developer has made mere assertions that increased cut-through traffic through the Suburban Heights neighborhood would be de minimis or minimal. Even written in Latin, we find the findings of the developer to be arbitrary, invalid, and misleading. By looking at the traffic generated by Starbucks restaurants around Gainesville, as well as around the country, we believe that traffic trips generated by a Starbucks with a drive-through and the other businesses in the development will be much higher than the 1,472 suggested by the developer. This is significant because even if we use their own figure, if only 20% of the generated traffic cuts through the suburban Heights neighborhood, that's nearly 300 additional trips coursing through our neighborhood every day. But we think the developer's figure of 1,472 additional trips is much too low. The developer states, and I quote, "The majority of the on-site patrons will be from passerby traffic or walk and bicycle to the site from adjacent neighborhoods. The site will largely be served by pass-by commuters traveling to, from work, school, and other daily trips via the Alachua County arterials of Northwest 43rd Street and or Northwest 23rd Avenue. Therefore, few new additional vehicle trips will be generated into the network by the proposed users." This is hardly proof. In fact, it should be noted here that even the conservative figure of 1,472 that come from this source is invalid and misleading because it is based on a Starbucks without indoor seating, while the one proposed in the PD would have indoor seating. This is critically important because their own pass-by rate of 89% would be much lower for a Starbucks with Wi-Fi and laptop-friendly indoor seating that would appeal to Buchholz students and to Santa Fe College students and to residents from the subdivisions west on 23rd Avenue, significantly increasing the additional trips generated. So this kind of Starbucks with indoor seating becomes a different animal. Yet, regrettably, it is still the elephant in the room. I can't say that I blame the developers for trying, but I must conclude that the developers' trip generation analysis is a fox guarding the hen house, self-serving set of unsubstantiated assertions. It is altogether reasonable that instead of the low number of 1,472 additional trips a day that was based on a Starbucks without indoor seating, by using the correct base of a Starbucks with indoor seating, the number generated could be conservatively 1,600 or 1,700 or more additional trips a day. With a modest estimate of 20 to 25% of these cutting through, we would be facing between 320 and 425 or more additional trips each day through the suburban Heights neighborhood. Far from improving the quality of life, that kind of intrusion would be untenable and unbearable. As so well demonstrated by my friend and neighbor, Dr. Ron Randalls, a significant percentage of the additional generated traffic would inevitably seek the path of least resistance and flow through the suburban Heights neighborhood. I agree wholeheartedly with him that if the developer had been successful in its attempt to install a traffic signal at the south exit on Northwest 43rd Street, it might have alleviated some of the exit traffic issues. Otherwise, more traffic forced in tortuously restrictive patterns into and through our neighborhood would make things like walking to Thornbrook Village, to Publix, to the Gainesville Community Playhouse or to the library far less pleasant and much more hazardous, directly decreasing the livability and the market value of my home and the homes of my neighbors, clearly worsening the quality of life of my neighborhood. I vehemently oppose the proposed PD. I urge you to oppose and deny it as well. A point of due process. On April 23rd, 2020, I emailed Kevin Frazier of Wilson Group Developers as an affected party to request information about the latest development plans for the St. Michael's Church property. On April 6th, 2020, he reported having met with neighborhood groups who gave him a list of conditions to be incorporated into the PUD. He invited me to let him know if I had questions. I did respond to him, and I told him that we did not oppose the conditions, we did not oppose the development, but we did oppose, a large number of us did oppose the drive-through Starbucks that might be included. I never heard from him again. Other than these instances, affected parties who opposed the inclusion of a Starbucks have been largely outside the loop of negotiation with developers. We're hoping that the board will listen to what we have said and deny the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Okay, the next person in the room that wants to go, if you want to head up towards the podium. Welcome. Please state your name for the record. Please just state your name when you get started.
My name is Carolyn Randalls, and I thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My husband and I have lived in Suburban Heights for nearly 40 years, and we are...
Can you speak a little bit closer to the microphone? I think people are having a hard time.
Okay, can you hear me?
Thank you, that's better.
Okay, my husband and I have lived in Suburban Heights for nearly 40 years now, and we are affected parties. We love our neighborhood, and we've raised our 2 sons there. We are opposed to this PUD proposal because we believe that it is incompatible with our neighborhood, and I want to tell you why. Although this proposed PUD does contain some good changes, the one change that it does not make and cannot make is the large volume of traffic that this development will certainly produce. And in particular, the large volume of traffic that cut-through traffic that it will send to our neighborhood of Suburban Heights. This large volume of traffic and this cut-through traffic has not changed, and it still remains a very serious issue for our neighborhood. Suburban Heights has been a peaceful, quiet, family-friendly neighborhood for all the years that we've lived there. And it's also one of the most walkable neighborhoods in our community. And many of our neighborhood citizens like to take advantage of this fact. And in fact, even we have met neighbors from neighboring neighborhoods who also like to walk in our neighborhood. And so I would like to speak briefly on the walkers and bikers in our neighborhood. That means I'm speaking in behalf of senior citizens in our neighborhood who like to walk for fresh air and exercise. I'm speaking in behalf of young families in our neighborhood who like to walk and bike with their children. And many young families are moving into our neighborhood. In fact, even in these last several months, 3 new families with young children have moved onto our street. And last of all, I want to speak in behalf of the school children who walk and bike in our neighborhood to and from Buchholz, or stand on street corners waiting for their school buses to come. And there are no sidewalks, as has been mentioned, in our neighborhood, so all these people have to walk or bike on our streets. Now, it's already been shown that a large volume of traffic will result from this development, and a large volume of traffic will cut through our neighborhood. And all of this traffic will be cutting through all day long in an effort to go west on Northwest 23rd Avenue or north on 43rd Street. But I want to emphasize that all this traffic will be cutting through on Northwest 46th Street, which is a major walking and biking street through our neighborhood. And this increased traffic will impose significant safety dangers for our walkers and bikers. And in addition, many of us are environmentalists who care a whole lot about the noise and pollution that this increased traffic will make and will create in our peaceful, quiet, family-friendly neighborhood. So for all of these reasons, we believe that this PUD proposal is incompatible with our neighborhood, and we are asking you to please reject it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up in the room. Oh, just a second.
Good evening. I am Christiana Shaw, retired teacher and administrator for Alachua County Public Schools. As an affected party living in suburban Heights within 400 feet of the property, I oppose the proposed land use change regarding the St. Michael's Episcopal Church property. My husband has explained that we have lived in the neighborhood for 47 years and raised our families there, and we love where we are, and we are very sorry to hear that this plan is being seriously considered. 3 times before, when confronted with similar proposals by developers in 2000, 2011, and 2018, after thorough, detailed professional analysis, followed by deliberate consideration of all the evidence, then the good consideration of all the evidence, then the good judgment of the plan board was to reject the proposals, as you should do tonight. In 2018, the plan board unanimously rejected the developer's plan. Now we know that there's a great deal of danger with the cars going through, so I'm going to skip some of that because I think that's been well explained. But I want to bring to your attention another extremely serious safety problem. and that is at the corner of Northwest 43rd Street and Northwest 23rd Avenue. You may recall that 2 people have been killed in the past 2 to 2.5 years. Others have suffered serious car and pedestrian injuries. We do not want this corner to become more dangerous like other terribly busy traffic locations in our beloved city, including parts of University Avenue. I read recently that the city will take over from the state the care and safety of certain areas of University Avenue, and that plans are well along to make it much safer for all citizens. That's a good thing. You can and should do the same for our greater neighborhood by rejecting this plan. Additionally, the new proposed drive-through plan with more cars stacked at the queue at the entrance to the property on Northwest 23rd Avenue does not solve the problem of the danger of the intersection. The developer's offer to address the traffic problems after they arise is not a good plan. We are concerned about the value of our properties in suburban Heights. Recently, on Next Door Neighborhood, a young man asked the question, "I'm interested in purchasing a house there. Could you tell us about the noise that comes from 43rd Street, etc.?" Had I answered him, I would have said, "You also need to be concerned about the safety if you're interested in the house on Northwest 46th Street, which is now available for sale." That's what I would have said to him. Thank you, Plan Board members, for listening with open hearts and minds to your fellow citizens and friends. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw.
Hi.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
I'm Marcia Mott, and I'm one of the affected parties. I also have a presentation that someone was going to pull up for me.
Yes, Elizabeth is going to pull that up for us.
Okay. It should be with us momentarily.
Okay, so here's what I want to say. I've lived in suburban Heights for 21 years. I live on 46th Street, which then butts up to 23rd Avenue, and I'll be impacted by this traffic as well. I'm asking you today that we do not approve this proposal. We value our conservation buffer. There are so many retail and restaurants that are already in this area. We're concerned about traffic and safety, noise, pollution, etc. Next slide, please. In 2018, when this last became and was before the board and was denied, we got together, of course, before COVID. We knocked on doors, we had meetings, we got together with people. We did 1,236 people on a petition that opposed this, came to the meeting, many of us, and the committee decided to go against that. We aren't able to do that this time, but I still wanted you to see how many people in our community and around here oppose this proposal because of the impacts to this area and the lack of need for this to be rezoned. Next slide, please. I also want to talk about some of the things that are in the developer's proposal that I feel are kind of misleading. And they talk about the adjacent use characteristics, and I'm sure you guys are experts in this, but I had to educate myself a little bit on what all these numbers and things like that meant. So what I'm talking about right now, I'm going to show you a map in a second, is at the end of my street, basically. 3 doors down, I live at the end of 23rd. I live on 46th, 3 doors down from 23rd, and that's what I'm talking about. Next slide, please. So if you look over here at this, it's going to talk about, I'll do it over here. Right here, it talks about this area right here, right? This is what the map, I pulled it up today from the city's website of what the zoning is. Right here, this is zoned multifamily. This is a small group of about 10 apartments that are right here. This is an office complex here, some more office, dentists, and things like that here, chiropractors, a floral shop, and then of course CVS. And then of course, as you know, they're trying to develop and rezone this, and this is conservation. What I'm trying to get at is that this right here, this is all office, not retail, not heavy commercial. There's not a lot of things going on here. You would never hardly even know, even though I'm just 3 doors down, what's going on here. I mean, you might see it, but it's not a big thing. I just wanted to make sure, in case you're not familiar with that area, that you knew what the culture was like there. Because if you flip to the next slide, they label it as all as commercial. And so if you look at this pink area right here, it makes it, this is the same map, it makes it look, this whole big pink area, like it's all commercial. Like there's, you know, giant industries there. There's many things going on. There's not. And I wanted you to be aware of that, because it changes the culture of what is happening right in your front yard, really, when you think about it, and bringing more and more and more and more things right next to a neighborhood. Next slide, please. So you've heard us many times talking about traffic concerns, increases in accidents, speeding, and people cutting through. Next slide, please. This is an image of, this is literally right in front of where the Starbucks would be, right? The Starbucks is going to be right over here. This is the cemetery. This will be the entrance off 23rd where the Starbucks is going to go, okay? This is an accident that occurred here. And again, this is part from our presentation in 2018. We've had several fatalities since that, not too far from this. And so I want you to understand that these are real things that have already happened and will only be exacerbated by adding something with the drive-through there. Next slide, please. Just another image of that, just to let you know. These aren't just small little accidents. These are people that are being seriously injured, and we're gonna now add on, you know, anywhere between 500 to 1,500 cars a day that are coming in this area. Next slide, please. I want you to notice a couple of things here. This is the end of my street. That's the stop sign where kids wait at the school bus to get on the school bus. And this is what happens. People can go left here, they can go right here. And I want you to kind of note in the back of this photo and see what this is. This is what they label as commercial. This is an apartment complex, 1 story, with about 3 units right there. So I want you to see kind of what that is, and yet we're gonna be putting all this traffic that needs to get out right there, where the kids are waiting while the Starbucks traffic is coming through, where the people are coming in and out to get to work, and that's what the end of that looks like. Next slide, please. Again, just another view. Again, this isn't heavy office traffic, commercial traffic here. This is the apartment complex that's right here, and then we begin into the office complex. Next slide. So I also want to talk about the impact to the conservation area on that in this as well. So next slide. The goal of a conservation zoning is to create a permanent buffer between land uses. So I think to myself, who does, I get the concept of a PUD. It sounds really nice, and I do like that it's planned and laid out. The developer has been very pleasant to work with, although I didn't seem to get invited to all these let's have a discussion with all the neighbors meetings. I wasn't consulted on, let me come up with 28 tips that I'd like to be discussed on that, but that's okay. Maybe I missed, you know, an email or two, I don't know. But when we say that a conservation area and they say they're gonna keep it, then let's just keep it. Why do we need to rezone the conservation area? Why can't we just leave it what it is? I don't want the other part changed either, but what I think it does is now it joins it all together into one unit that now is a lot easier at some point down the road to change. And so if you go to the next slide, here's kind of my thought on this. Again, I butt up to the office complex that's already in existence. That's my backyard neighbor. Very pleasant neighbor to have. No issues, anything like that. But once we allow this area, these 2 areas, to be joined into one, and the zoning to be changed, what happens is we set a precedent. And now we're saying it's okay to rezone things, even though they could already put office complexes if they wanted to. And now we can say, well, you know what? What if the Suburban Professional Association, what if they now said, well, we want to rezone too? And now what we have is we have a contiguous area, a U-shaped area that could then be rezoned and all joined into one. And by making this all just one unit, I think it only benefits the developer. It doesn't benefit anybody in the neighborhood particularly. And they can say that it does because they're laying things out, but I think that it also joins it together and makes it just that much easier to take a step down the road, 5 years, 10 years, whatever, where they want to make something different. I don't get to sign a lease with who's ever at the people down that are renting a building there or renting a business there. I don't see that lease. I don't know what's on that lease. I don't think that having that in a lease, I think it's a good idea, but I don't think it's as enforceable as leaving it what it is now and zoning it conservation and leaving it in the zoning that it is now. There's a reason we don't need more things at that area. There's a reason it was always zoned that when that land was donated to St. Michael's, so that it could get that. So next slide. I'm just asking you to consider our proposal. Thank you for your time. We're looking ahead. You know, I've raised a family there as well. I have only lived there 21 years, but in that time I've raised a family, and the traffic is already an issue. I'm the reason that there is a speed hump on the street where I live on right now, and you know, it barely does enough. So I'd like you to consider leaving things as they are, let the conservation thing there stay as it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Mott. Is there anyone else here with us in the room that would like to speak to this item tonight? Okay. Not seeing anyone else in the room, we'll go to the phones first, and then we'll go to if there's anyone on Zoom after that.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The first speaker tonight is going to be Meredith Goodrich. Ms. Goodrich and everybody else who's on the line, we're not limiting our time tonight. Let's just please be conscious of the time that we have available in the evening. Ms. Goodrich, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I wanted to say that I believe that the Randalls and the Shaws had underestimated, because on the November 16th, 2020 letter, Table 2 said there would be a total of 3,853 total trips a day, and that was submitted by the developers. So that does affect the direction of the traffic, how people turn in and out. So 900 was a big underestimate. Also, Marcia Mott, that April accident was next to the bus stop, which we were concerned about the children. On condition 21, and this may be zoning and not whatever the other thing is, and I'm not a plan board person, so I don't understand these differences, but the signage said it would be on Northwest 20th Place, which is an internal road, and it should be on Northwest 19th Place. On condition 31, Suburban Heights is not capitalized, and I believe that there was to be no alcohol sales. There was going to be permission for a wine and cheese shop, but I did not see a condition for no other alcohol sales like beer or hard liquors. That was it. I do believe that there is serious increase in traffic. It's a very dangerous intersection as it is, and if this is passed, I would be counting on the plan board to include that we are definitely getting that traffic light, that they're definitely going to support some sort of major change for that intersection, because it's already bad, so you need to include something to make it better. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Goodrich. Our next caller, Ms. Tracy Staples. Ms. Staples, we're again not limiting our commentary time tonight, but please be respectful of the time that we have available this evening. Ms. Staples, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Tracy Staples. I'm a resident of Suburban Heights. I back up directly to the conservation land, so I am an affected party as well. I was one of the many people that were long-winded and adamantly opposed in 2018, as you guys sat through hours and hours of meeting listening to us. As I still have many concerns for the traffic and things that have been problems before and will continue, and I'm sure get worse. I have been very, very pleased with the way the developers have taken our input, always been available, and hopefully there's not been a single incident that I have asked for anything and not gotten an immediate okay from them. And I can't recall anybody that I know of either, aside from we just don't want a drive-through. So I can say that they have been very accommodating, and we are very appreciative of them. And I now believe that it is compatible with our neighborhood as much as it can be in a city growing at the rate of Gainesville. And I believe that we all are appreciative of the things that we get as the city grows, the services that we are able to be provided to us. And with that comes traffic and more people, and this is just a cost of that. And I believe that the developers have really made the best. And I also just wanted to quickly say before I hang up, just thank you to all of the plan board who sat through all of that meeting, and instead of taking scraps from a developer who gave us a plan that was clearly not compatible, you heard us, you fought for our community, and you said no, and gave us the opportunity to have input, and for them to come back with a plan that really tries to address some of the actual concerns that we have. And I think that you guys should take a lot of credit for that, for not thinking or for having the forethought to know that saying no doesn't mean no to everything. It just means do better. You can do better for our community, and you guys stood up for that. So thank you for doing that for us. And I'm just calling in to support the new PUD. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Staples. Our next caller is Megan Baverka. Ms. Baverka, you have the floor.
Hi, I'm Megan Baverka. I'm an affected party. I live on 46th Street. I oppose the change of land use and zoning. The current proposal does not do enough to prevent neighborhood pass-through traffic. Ultimately, I think CHW did the absolute best that they could, but based on the volume of cars that would be on that property on an everyday basis, there's just no way that traffic would not find its way through our neighborhood. There was a traffic study that was done, and unfortunately on that day, there was construction going on 43rd Street. I was not able to get into the neighborhood from that direction and had to go up to 23rd Street to get to my house. So I know that the amount of pass-through traffic was underrepresented in that study, not to mention the fact that currently the traffic patterns don't require a lot of pass-through traffic in our neighborhood. The forced right-hand turns out of that property would be what creates the problem for us. And we have a lot of walkers, bikers, families, elderly people, even some using walkers. And we just can't afford to risk our safety of the people in our community. I think that they've tried to do everything they could. The only thing that I heard in their plan that was actually concrete was to put up signage and speed tables, but unfortunately we already have those, and they do little to nothing to prevent speeding through our neighborhood as it is. I just think this is much too high of a risk to go forward. The only thing that would make sense is development that has lower volume of visits per day. So I do ask the board to please deny this application.
Thank you, Ms. Baverka. Our next speaker is Sandra Reeves. Ms. Reeves, again, we're not limiting our time tonight, but please be conscious of the time we have available. And if you could probably mute your computer, that would be good, because we're getting a little bit of an echo.
Yes, I just did.
Thank you.
I would like to
Thanks for this opportunity. I'm going to try not to repeat a lot of what's already been said. There have been some very thorough discussions and diagrams and explanations of the traffic patterns and what's going to happen. But I've lived in suburban Heights over 30 years at the intersection of 19th Avenue and 46th Street, which is where a lot of that traffic is going south, since you only have right-hand turns out of the property. They're going to turn right, they're going to go west on 19th Avenue and then north on 46th Street. That 46th Street is very heavily trafficked, as you've already heard. We've got school bus stops. We've got families that walk in the dusk and early morning. There's very heavy foot traffic on it. Plus, we already have a great deal of cut-through traffic on 46th Street going to Buchholz and Santa Fe. So you go and add the right turn only traffic, somebody's going to get killed. You know, and it would be a shame. This is a neighborhood. We have on-street parking, so the streets are already kind of, it's a little bit dangerous anyway already, just because you can't always see the pedestrian. And people drive through here much too fast. Even with Marsh's speed bump and the traffic circles, nothing has slowed them down. They even run the stop signs. So then we go and we add the increased volume of traffic we're going to get. If we have a land use change, somebody's going to get killed. Somewhere in Gainesville, I know a small child was hit and killed. We certainly don't need any more children killed. You talk about the traffic tables. Well, I live at the intersection where one of those traffic tables would be put. It's not going to slow anybody down there. They don't even stop for the stop sign there. I also worry about, you know, emergency vehicles being slowed down by those traffic tables. So that I don't know if any of these things that have been presented are really going to help the problem with the increased cut-through traffic. It's going to lead to tragedy. You've seen Marcia's report. She did an excellent job. The gentleman with the red shirt did an excellent job showing the traffic patterns. But I live here. I raised my children, and now I'm raising a grandchild on that street, on that very busy intersection. It's going to be a whole lot worse if this goes through. Now, I also wanted to mention that the developers were talking about all these meetings they had. Well, not everybody got notifications of those meetings. I sure would have been there. So there's a lot more people that may not even have known about this meeting. We've been through this all before. We do not need a land use change at that corner. We absolutely don't need a drive-through Starbucks or coffee place. We don't need a liquor store or wine and cheese store, whatever you want to call it. We don't need that. And if you can't figure a way to send the traffic somewhere besides through our neighborhood, you should not do it. So I'm asking, please, to consider your constituents, the people who put you in office. We are begging you not to change the land usage. And we went through this 3 years ago, and here we are again. It's not changed for us. Please keep that in mind. It is going to make our neighborhood unsafe. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Reeves. Thank you, Ms. Reeves. Excuse me. Next up is Ms. Rachel Channing. Ms. Channing, I think we need.
Yes, it is.
Yep, we just need for you to turn down the volume in the background. Welcome to the conversation.
Okay. Yeah. Good evening. My name is Rachel Channing. I have been living in Suburban Heights for the past 2.5 years. I became a resident of Suburban Heights. And like my good neighbors in the subdivision, we all enjoy a sense of peaceful tranquility and a commitment to keeping our community safe. I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can hear you.
Ms. Channing, we can hear you.
Is that okay?
Yep, you're good.
I'd like to say that we all enjoy here in Suburban Heights a sense of peaceful tranquility, and we have a commitment to keeping our community safe. And these are the very reasons why I was attracted to moving to Suburban Heights. It's a joy for me to walk around our neighborhood in the mornings and early evenings, greeting moms and dads and strolling with babies and joggers and bicyclists. This is how I have made connections with my neighbors. Residents of Suburban Heights, their guests and their service vehicles all enjoy parking freely on our roads, which are fairly narrow. We know it's safe to do this, though, because residents take great care about driving slowly through this family neighborhood. We drive slowly so as not to hit cars or pedestrians. Suburban Heights is a wonderful place to live. It's beautiful, it's family friendly, it's safe for our children, and it must be protected and preserved for the sake of all the homeowners and their children. So as I see it, the Wilson Development Group proposal will negatively impact our subdivision and bring down home values, especially for those homes located on the roads that are the entry and exit from Northwest 43rd Street for drivers going into and out of Suburban Heights. In particular, Northwest 16th Avenue, Northwest 17th Avenue, Northwest 18th Avenue, and Northwest 19th Avenue, and also Northwest 46th Street, which is the main south to north street running the full length of Suburban Heights. Northwest 46th Street has been the most highly used traffic street in the subdivision. This new proposal will most certainly have all three exits leading right hand out of their proposed new development, the right-hand turn options only, and drivers wishing to drive west on Northwest 23rd Avenue will have to first exit right onto Northwest 43rd Street, then take a right-hand turn onto one of Suburban Heights points of entry already mentioned, then down to a couple of blocks to take another right into Northwest 46th Street and drive north then again, turning left onto Northwest 23rd Avenue to go west. That, or they need to go past Northwest 43rd Street medium, head south, further south, make a U-turn on Northwest 43rd Street where there is no median and get into the left lane going north, possibly wait at the traffic light, and finally turn left onto Northwest 23rd Avenue. Anyhow, this is preposterous to me. It's a preposterous idea, and one that's potentially very dangerous. In other words, I feel it's an accident waiting to happen. And as it happens, I live on the corner of Northwest 19th Avenue and Northwest 46th Street. Those two streets border my property and will more than likely bear most of the brunt of the traffic intrusion of 250 plus cars per day that this project proposes. That is because after turning right out of the proposed new development onto Northwest 43rd Street, Northwest 19th Avenue is the very first possible right turn a driver can make into Suburban Heights. It's the fastest shortcut. Likewise, drivers wishing to go south on Northwest 43rd Street will want to bypass waiting at the Northwest 43rd Street traffic light and will choose to turn right at Northwest 46th Street, go south to Northwest 19th Avenue, and turn left and finally exit right onto the Northwest 43rd Street. It is the fastest shortcut to avoid the traffic light. The thing is, drivers unfamiliar with our neighborhood that have no invested interest in the Suburban Heights themselves, they are not particularly concerned about the well-being of our community. They will rush through Suburban Heights as they most certainly will. Drivers heading south on Northwest they'll be rushing through Suburban Heights as they most certainly will. drivers heading south on Northwest 46th Street run the risk of missing the stop sign that Sandy Reeves referred to just before. And they will miss the stop sign at the northwest corner of Northwest 46th Street, which is actually located just a few yards from the traffic circle straight ahead, in the just south of the stop sign, at the intersection of Northwest 46th Street and 19th Avenue. I've seen it happen many times. In fact, because of the narrowness of the road, drivers may also choose not to go around the Northwest 46th Street and Northwest 19th Avenue traffic circle in its intended direction. Drivers may take a shortcut by crossing over the traffic circle's oncoming traffic lane to expedite a left turn to Northwest 19th Avenue, eventually turning right onto Northwest 43rd Street. I've seen this happen many, many times. I'm not happy at the prospect of this added traffic on the roads that border both my front yard and where members of my household and our friends often park their cars, and the side of the house where my garage and driveway are. Wilson Development Group's proposal to develop the St. Michael's Church property at the corner of Northwest 23rd Avenue and Northwest 43rd Street is passed, the natural flow of traffic that has worked in suburban Heights for decades will soon after create the potential for serious vehicle accidents, both vehicular and pedestrian, not to mention the noise pollution and coming out of Starbucks, people drinking their drinks and coming through our neighborhood. They will throw litter out their windows. It brings in a factor of litter into our neighborhood, not to mention exhaust pollution, noise pollution, light pollution at night, and whatnot. This proposed new development is a very bad idea, or should I say poor use of that parcel of land. It's not congruent with the suburban Heights neighborhood community values. It will definitely negatively impact the values of homes on the roads in question and adversely affect suburban Heights sense of community. In addition, rezoning the parcel of conservation land adjacent to the St. Michael's Church is totally unacceptable. I appreciate that the presentation tonight that, you know, the developer is trying to work around and protect the conservation property, but it is land, but it's still, that land is zoned for conservation and it should stay just as it is as such. It should just remain as it is and not be touched. A conservation agreement is a land trust that is supposed to protect the private land from any future development that would negatively affect its natural value. So I think a shopping plaza will qualify as being a negative. I think we don't need another Starbucks. The city planning board should look for a more environmentally creative developer to build something more meaningful other than another shopping plaza. For goodness sake, we don't need another Starbucks. Something else, find something else that we in suburban Heights can all agree to and support so the city can begin to collect its tax revenue from the land in a more environmentally friendly way. Please, please consider it. And I respectfully return the mic to somebody else.
Thank you, Ms. Channing.
We don't need another Starbucks.
Our next speaker is Gina Repetto. Ms. Repetto, you have the floor.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Okay, great. Good evening. I'm Dr. Gina Repetto. I'm emeritus faculty at UF. I've lived in this home and raised my family. I've been here for 25 years. I'm an affected party, and I am also an older adult who likes to walk the neighborhood. I'm actually in support. I've worked with the developers over the last couple of years and felt that they've met many and most of our needs as best they can. I did help collect petitions for the last time, and because I was opposed in 2018, and most of the petition signers were mainly opposed because they wanted to save the church. With the church down, the diocese has made it very clear that they want money for this lot. So there's going to be some type of development there, and we need something there. We have people living in our backyard that shouldn't be living in our backyard. The reality is something's going to be built there. These developers have worked really closely with us, and I say us, it was a group that anyone in Suburban Heights was invited to be part of. So we ended up being a group of people that worked really hard with the developers, and we feel that we've come to some pretty good compromises. Probably a Starbucks wouldn't be my first choice either, but I also know that to keep that an upscale and valued center, you need an anchor. And Starbucks is an anchor that can keep it a viable shopping area. And I think that's truly important. I do agree that we have traffic issues. These issues are going to be there no matter what we put in the corner. And I think it's up to the city of Gainesville and Alachua County to somehow figure out why people are getting killed on that corner. I think the developers are willing to work with us and pay even for some of the mitigations. But I also think the city needs to figure out what's wrong with the road there, because it's not a good road. I myself have totaled the car there. Someone ran a red light and hit me. So I know it's a bad corner. But on the other hand, it's not completely the developer's fault. And I don't know that anything we put there isn't going to be a traffic issue. So I think the city needs to roll up its sleeves and help figure that part out. So I'm very supportive, and I think we have finally a developer, and I've been through 3 developers. We finally have a developer that was working with us. It's compatible. The different deeds and trusts put on the conservation zone makes me comfortable to think that it will be a conservation zone into perpetuity. So I'm supportive. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Ms. Rivera. Excuse me. Meredith Beaupre, you have the floor.
Yes. Hi, thank you so much. My name is Meredith Beaupre. I live in Suburban Heights. I was born and raised in this neighborhood. I have lived here for a total of 27 years, including the last several, where I returned with my family to raise our children in the home next door to the one I grew up in, because we love this neighborhood so much. So I am very, very tied to this neighborhood and what is the best thing for it. I was at that 6-hour plan board meeting back in April 2018, completely opposing it, along with a lot of my neighbors that you've heard from tonight. And like several that you've heard from, I fully support this proposal. On July 25th, 2019, an email came out from one of our neighbors inviting everybody to be part of the working group after the unanimous decision by the plan board to rightfully, I still feel, turn down that initial proposal. Everybody has been invited. We have made no secret of what we're doing. And several of the people that you've heard from have chosen to leave the committee, and that is fine. That is absolutely their right to do that. But all the meetings that were held, those weren't held in secrecy. Everybody had the ability to attend, and people chose not to. I feel like it's important for the board to know that. Those of us who did choose to participate wanted to work forward in good faith with the developers. That was, of course, prior to the demolition of the church. And so once that happened, it became very apparent that obviously something did need to happen there. We were upset by it, but it is what it is. And development is imminent and needed, because as Jeannie said, what's there now is not okay. The people who are living there need to have stable housing, but that's not stable housing. It's an encampment at this point. It's dangerous, it's unsightly, and some of the traffic incidents have been, unfortunately, from people who are living, to my understanding, in that area. The developers have worked with us diligently. They took the middleman out with our conversations. We worked directly with the developers for transparency, And I can honestly say I cannot think of any concern that we brought that they did not address. They may not have been able to mitigate it to the way somebody might have wanted it, but they addressed every single concern that we have brought to them. And they have tried in what I believe to be good faith to do their very best to meet our expectations and wants while balancing the fact that they have to fund this thing that they're paying for. And the Episcopal Diocese is picking the buyer here. It's not like the city is picking the buyer. So, this is who the diocese wants to partner with. And so I appreciate that they're trying to work with us to something that's amenable. Like I said, at one point our group was at an impasse with the developers, and that's when several people split off. Those of us who didn't split off decided that we could either go and say, well, we don't agree with what the developers want, or we could keep working with them and try to compromise. And we chose to because we didn't want to give up our seat at the table. We wanted to be heard. And so the developers continued to work with us and met with us diligently, bringing us renderings, asking for our input on all kinds of details. And I haven't been through that process before, but I feel like they probably went a little bit above and beyond with some of the information that they shared with us to help us put our minds at ease. Because it is it is an imminent need to fix that corner. And like Jeannie said, there are some major traffic problems in our neighborhood in that corner that I hope the city will address. And I hope that if the city does approve this, and I hope you do, that the city will do what you can to take the developer up on their offer, to pay for some of these traffic measures they are willing to do, but can't put in writing until some other steps are taken. They've explained that to us, how this process has to work. They are willing to help fund some things, and the city should take them up on that and make this as safe as possible for the neighbors that are here. Like I said, every neighbor was invited to be part of the committee. Those of us, and it was a really shockingly small amount of people that actually said yes to that. I'm one of the few who's not a directly affected party who said yes. Most of the people in the neighborhood that don't live right up against it have said, whatever it is, what it is. And then are kind of waiting, I think, until the last minute to voice their opposition, which frustrates me because of the hours that the rest of us have put in trying to be really good neighbors and represent people effectively. The PUD was suggested at that 6-hour plan board meeting, and the developers took that to heart. They said, okay, you know what? Yes, here's an opportunity. And they have tried, and they have tried, and they've gone from 3 drive-ins to 1. And I understand that none would be ideal for a lot of people. But the fact of the matter is, money has to work. It has to be worth their investment. And if this developer walks away, the diocese is going to find somebody else to sell it to. And we're going to go through this whole process, who knows how many times. And in the meantime, that lot is going to continue to deteriorate. I support the PUD. I do suggest and implore the city to address the traffic issues that exist now and will inevitably continue to exist. I respect my neighbors, I like my neighbors, but I am looking at being in this neighborhood for the next 40, 50, 60 years. And as somebody who's raising her children in here on purpose, I really feel strongly after everything, and we could go on for hours and I won't. But the developers have done more than what is asked of them. This is, I believe, the best situation. And I understand the concerns with conservation and they're moving it. My understanding is that's because the city wants them to line up the driveways. So that's not really on them. But they're doing the very best they can with what they've been given, and they're trying in good faith to work with those of us who were willing to take a seat at the table and work with them. And those of us who did that, we support this because we worked really hard to make it as good as possible. So I hope that the plan board sees that and will support the developer's request. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Beaupre. We have 2 more callers, at least at the moment. The next up is Chris Goodrich. Chris, you have the floor.
Okay, hi, thank you for taking my call. Good evening to the plan board members and city staff. Thank you for your time. And I was just calling tonight to sort of echo that voice of support for this application. I live on Northwest 20th Place, backed up to the conservation area. I am an affected party, and I have been a part of the conversations with these developers, and I found them to be very receptive to our input, and I've been very appreciative. And I feel like they've been working in good faith with us, and I just kind of want to echo what was said a few callers ago, that I wanted to thank the plan board for the decision several years ago. I was very much opposed to the last application, and things have changed since then for me because, for one, the developer has taken the time to work directly with us. I found them to be, like I say, more trustworthy, and I just feel like they're working in good faith and doing what they can to address the issue. And I feel like it's kind of, the decision 3 years ago gave us the opportunity to come tonight and have that input, and I feel like it would be a shame to give that up by denying this application. I feel like traffic remains a concern, but we've done what we can to address that. And I like the change of land use to plan development because of the provisions that it adds for the neighbors. Additional protections, very specific about how the land can be used. That's something that doesn't exist on the existing office use. So I just wanted to call and support this land use change application, and that's really all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Goodrich. We have two more callers still. We've got a couple of people calling in late. We'll live screen them here. Will the caller ending with the digits ending 9586 please introduce yourself and welcome to the discussion.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We sure can. Who are you?
Great. My name is Kara Van Malsen. I live on Northwest 17th Place. I'm a relatively new resident in the neighborhood. We've been here a little less than a year and a half. So we were not involved in the planning process, and so probably just missed that window of opportunity to get invited to participate. So the first time we really heard anything about it was when we got a flyer on our doorstep a couple of days ago, a week ago. So this is all pretty new. It's been really interesting to learn about tonight, and appreciated all the presentation from the developers and all the commentary. I'll just give a quick perspective. We have a son, he's 5 years old. He just started riding his bicycle recently without training wheels, so we're really excited. But we went to the pediatrician's office and they said, at this age, your child's too young to ride on the road. They should be on the sidewalk. Suburban Heights does not have sidewalks. So I just want to emphasize that point. There's no sidewalks here. So all these traffic concerns, you may be thinking without a visual, like, oh, well, people should just go on the sidewalk, not a big deal. There are no sidewalks. So all of the pedestrian and bicycle and stroller and all of that, that's in the road. There's really nowhere else to go. So that's just something that comes to mind for myself with a young child who's going to be, riding his bike around the neighborhood and playing with his friends who live next door outside. And our neighbors already put up signs in the middle of the road, like to ask people to slow down. We've gotten negative looks. One day, actually a couple weeks ago, somebody was driving through and yelled at my neighbor about having those signs out there asking people to slow down. I mean, seriously, we're just asking people to slow down. I also just saw on the plan that you're proposing to put a speed table right in front of my house. So maybe that makes me an affected party. I'm not sure what that actually, the definition of that is. But we already have a speed bump on our road, and I don't think it has much effect. We get, like I said, a lot of traffic through here. And so as a family with a young child, we definitely have concerns about this. I would support a proposal that had a business like, a nice local restaurant, trying to support small business. We need a lot more of that around here. I don't think we need a Starbucks. I don't think we need a heavily trafficked, chain restaurant here. We have plenty of that already. I'd like to see Gainesville supporting a lot more small businesses. We've had a lot of those affected by the pandemic to support and provide, funding and grants and things to help people rebuild new businesses. We don't need to support one of the world's largest chains and have them, you know, bringing a ton of traffic to our neighborhood. So I guess that's my 2 cents. And I think my husband just wants to add a couple words if he can. If that's okay.
Right on ahead. Thank you.
Hey, my name's Dave Bianchi. I'm Sarah's husband. I think we just echo her concerns. I run a lot in the morning. This neighborhood isn't very well lit. You're constantly on the lookout for cars. I worry perhaps that, you know, just for the nature of a Starbucks, which is, you know, an early morning business, there will be people coming through, higher volume of traffic. Again, we do worry about our son as he grows older. I've heard everyone saying about the routes that kids take to bus stops and routes that kids take to school. It does concern me that, you know, people could be coming through without really knowing about all the, you know, the kids and all the you know, the actions they take, you know, riding the road, playing with their friends, horsing around. There's usually be a lot of kids coming into the neighborhood that haven't maybe been here already. And, you know, just more traffic in this really, you know, nice, calm, quiet neighborhood, you know, would seem to take away from the character that attracted us to it. So that's all we have to say. You guys make your best decision, but you know, more traffic is not what we need. Thank you so much.
Thank you both. Madam Chair, that's the last of the callers. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a way of knowing if there's anyone on Zoom that wishes to comment on this item?
Madam Chair, this is Elizabeth. I see a few people that I'm not sure which item they're here for. The first one is Allison. Let's see if I can. Allison, are you able to unmute? Okay, the next one is Mr. Bodo.
Okay. Is there a way, like through Zoom, you can hit the like ask to unmute button to see if these people are interested?
Yes, I've been trying to do that. And the third one is Staples. Allison, Staples.
Yeah, sorry, I'm listening on here, but I already called in.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. That's Staples, by the way.
Okay. So not hearing anyone else on Zoom, I think we'll bring it back to the board for discussion or a motion. Mr. Hawkins, you were first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a couple of questions and then some comments. I think my biggest question is, I know the ITE manual describes coffee shops and donut shops differently depending on whether they have a drive-through or not a drive-through. But I don't have a copy of the ITE manual. I don't know what the difference is in terms of trip generation. What's the, I'm directing my question to Ms. McMullen or the applicant if you know, what's the sort of the up that you get when you add a drive-through to a coffee shop in terms of trip generation?
I don't know, Mr. Persons or Mr. Thompson, if you have an idea. I would say, I know it's a significant increase, but I don't know the numbers off the top of my head.
Okay. Does anybody know?
No, Madam Chair, not off the top of my head.
Okay.
I mean, I would, gosh, I've like seen these tables and run these tables. I would say it's at least double, it might be triple. Just for a like frame of reference, the drive-through really makes a big difference.
Okay. Could we look at the Could we look at the aerial photo that's in our backup? Is it
Yeah, Ms.
possible to pull that
McMillan,
up?
is there a way you can bring up an aerial photo?
Yes.
If there's one in your
Was
presentation.
it, something that was in the application documents?
It's in the staff report, I think, on the second page.
Oh, okay, yes.
I think. Staff report on page, it's definitely not the second page.
Might be the rezoning.
Page 22. It is something that the applicant submitted.
Okay, okay, yes, I can pull that up and share my screen. All right, let me know if this is the right one.
That's it. That's what I was thinking of. Mr. Frazier pointed this out. He was talking about the CVS. It's just north of the site. And one thing about the CVS is it's got a front door. It's got two entrances. One of them is right at the corner of the intersection, which is on the southeast corner of the building. And you can get from the sidewalk into the building if you're walking. There's ADA access. And then if you move to the east where the bank is, that's the same setup right there. Yeah, the bank's built right on the sidewalk. There's an entrance that's on the southwest corner of that building. Southwest, just a little bit to the left, Brittany. Do you have your mouse? Somebody's got a mouse. You all know what I'm talking about. And then on the southern corner of the southeastern corner of the same intersection, there's the gas station. It's got the same thing, the building. That's actually the awning for the pumps. That's the building there to the north. It's got a front door on the sidewalk. And then if you go to the last out parcel that I'm aware of that was built in the Millhopper Shopping Center, it used to be a Raymond James building, but I think something else is in there now. It's Schwab's in there now? Okay. They were also built on the street. And that's definitely the trend that we've been going from a development perspective in there, and I know why. It's because our codes ask for the buildings to be built on the street. Under the office future land use category, which it currently is, the standards for building orientation are that the buildings have to face the street and they have to have modest build-to lines. And then I think Mr. Frazier actually made the point really well in his presentation of how important that is to put the building adjacent to the sidewalk for pedestrian access and to create that line along the street where you've got the sidewalk and people can get in and out of buildings. I like all those features. So one change that I'd like us to make to the PUD conditions is to require that. And if we adopt the PUD, to require that the buildings face the street and that there's not a driveway between the building and the sidewalk. So that's one comment that I would have. And the second one, going back to the drive-through, is I think that's a deal breaker. I mean, I don't think there's any problem with the office uses that are proposed. I don't have any concern about the restaurant uses that are proposed. I think a Starbucks is great. My cousin owns the coffee shop in Millhopper, so I hope he doesn't hear me say that, but right, there's not a problem with restaurant or casual service. But having a drive-through really radically increases the amount of traffic the development will generate. And it's just, this is not an area where I think it makes sense to have drive-throughs with big setbacks on the corner. The buildings should be at the street, as our trend has been, and as the current land use requires. And I think we should amend condition 2 to not allow drive-throughs instead of saying 1. And I'm prepared to make a motion to that when we get to that point, but I'm interested in hearing what everybody else says. I don't know, maybe everybody else wants to deny it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Blythe, you're up next.
Thanks. So it's been almost 3 hours, but I wanted to summarize, a couple really good points here. This is probably the first one I've had where it's kind of like almost everybody is trying their best to meet somewhere in the middle. So I would commend the neighborhood for being involved. I would commend the developer for reaching out. I think the engineer has done a good job engaging everybody. So again, this is one of those things where it feels like people are trying to find a really good solution. and this is a very difficult challenge, you know, with it being a neighborhood that's well established, that's got a very kind of built-in community feel. I mean, that is what we're ultimately probably trying to protect while also balancing out the commercial interests. What I kept hearing, and I wrote this down, was there's already kind of an issue with drive-through traffic. So I'm wondering if there is a way with this development and a developer that's willing to potentially pay for some neighborhood safety upgrades to look at something that's not a speed table. And I'm just gonna throw this out here, but what I kept hearing was that 46th, you know, that kind of north-south road is the main problem. And I'm just talking out loud here, but has anybody thrown out closing 46th at 23rd? I mean, has that ever been talked about or considered? I realize that cuts off the neighborhood being able to access 23rd, but it may, without this development even being talked about, may also solve other issues in the neighborhood. So I just wanted to throw that out there as kind of a talking point. I don't even know if that's possible to happen, but if there's already problems with things that are kind of coming through the neighborhood, cutting up 46, I just kind of wanted to like throw that out there. I know this is far less about the PUD, but it ties back in a way because you may have a developer that would be willing to fund things like that would be potentially more useful than speed tables and things like that. So that was kind of one of my bigger notes that I just wanted to ask.
Okay, so staff, Brittany had her light on actually next, so I'm gonna let her respond to that. I know in general, we're generally looking for connectivity and not preventing connectivity, but I can see where you're coming up with that idea. So Ms. McMillan, you had something else as well, and if you could respond to that thought.
Yeah, I just wanted to add for Member Hawkins' point about buildings up to the street and the setback requirements and things like that. We haven't made it to the zoning portion yet, but the conditions in the PD zoning do require the buildings to meet transect zone build-to lines. So I just wanted to point that out, that is, I think, the intent based on the PD conditions that were submitted, but you know, certainly it seems like something you could add to the land use as well. And I'm sorry, what was the second part?
Relating to the potential closing of the road at 23rd or other creative options, there may be other things that you're aware of that have been discussed, what the city's position on that might be, or any other, you know, creative traffic calming solutions to prevent this cut through.
I'm not aware of any conversations to close 46. I think that's probably a new idea. I don't know though. I don't work in the mobility and public works department, so I'm not sure if those conversations have happened. I'm not sure if Mr. Persons can add any more to that.
No, only that I think the condition in the PUD sets a minimum standard for doing traffic calming, you know, options. So I think the plan board could certainly, if that's the interest, could sort of convey that to the city. But I don't think that I don't think that the plan board has to decide like, yes, we're going to close it.
Mm-hmm.
Just that, you know, the
Yeah.
condition is that they have to do traffic calming in the neighborhood. So, and it's pretty broad and open.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hurst.
First of all, thank you for everybody for coming out. I think there's been some very insightful things. I've never been through the Suburban Heights community, so I appreciate everyone's comments this evening. So, I mean, quite frankly, even with the current zoning, something's going to go here, and probably in a less collaborative and thoughtful way that Wilson Development has kind of put together here. I guess my question is, when it comes to the stacking, and I think we have a gentleman from CHW, what is the average stacking for a Starbucks that you guys have ascertained from your development plans? How many cars are stacking?
I could actually answer that if Ryan can't chime in. This is Kevin Frazier, the applicant.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Yes, so And again, I do want to highlight as well that there is no definitive Starbucks occurring here. I know that has been mentioned several times. And I just want to highlight the fact that, I mean, there is no lease signed with Starbucks. There is no deal definitively done with Starbucks. So we have not committed to Starbucks on that corner. I just want to highlight that. But as the representation with the site plan, and obviously had a lot of input on that, your typical Starbucks queuing stack is, by the tenant standards, has to accommodate at least 10 cars. And that is in excess of in excess of most, obviously restaurants that have drive-throughs. But we also anticipated that the concern of the neighborhood would be that the traffic could potentially bleed out onto the road. And so we've actually tripled what that building could accommodate from a queuing stack standpoint, assuming an absolute worst case scenario of business entering, or consumers entering into that Starbucks or a restaurant like that, and to provide certainty that those cars will be contained on site. But the answer to your question is 10 cars is the industry standard.
Yeah, thank you for clearing that up too. I think that the fact that they got, I think you mentioned 50 cars of stacking for any QSR, that's pretty substantial. And I think the concern that for most of the people that were here in the galley was that there's going to be significant traffic concerns. I think there's going to be more of a pronounced traffic concern if it's some kind of office user or it's something by right that is going to be impacting traffic, whatever it may be. But a QSR with 50 cars of stacking is pretty substantial when it comes to the least amount of impact on the street. I would think so.
Okay. Thank you. Sophia, I think you were next.
Yes, thank you. I want to echo Member Hurst's comment. Thank you for all of you for coming and for everyone who called in. So I have a couple of thoughts. First and foremost, I kind of went through how the different conditions and considered in the process of reviewing this project, and I looked at number 9, whether or not this discourages sprawl. And part 3 about promoting walkable communities. I don't know that this does so by increasing the amount of cars specifically because of the drive-through. As a cyclist and pedestrian, I don't know that I feel safe with increased car traffic. We got to look at quite a few images of how many cars are coming in and out already. And I absolutely can understand the concern for safety and the perspective of someone living in a place with no sidewalk options to get around their community. And then there's part 4 in terms of the demands of the residential population and non-residential needs. I think it's quite evident that, what we're hearing a lot of is that there is not a huge demand for a drive-through in this community, and there seems to be no immediate residential need for office space nor for a drive-through. I know that food needs are being met. This community is absolutely close to 2 large grocery stores, and currently the owners of this property, as we heard, are allowed to build office space. That was clarified, and I think that should be considered as well. Because what we are specifically doing here, it seems as though we are allowing for that additional use, which would be to put some form of a drive-through in this space. And so, as they mentioned, on top of that, there are currently vacant places. I believe they said north of the parcel. Like I said, there's food across the street. We can currently build office space on these specific parcels, and I think all those considered, I would support Member Hawkins' recommendation that we would remove one of the conditions that is currently allowing drive-throughs and his comments on the frontage of the buildings. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Newman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I said the last 2 to 3 years ago that I grew up in Suburban Heights, and I actually graduated elementary school and middle school with the Shah's son. So the reason why I voted against it last time was, and I said this, that I am really hung up on this. If we're going to make a land use change, it has to, and I want to have some evidence that there was a need for a land use change. And so the need is different than want. And so I'm today looking through everything. Nobody has addressed
there's a need. And I understand that, and there's different ways you can define it, market need, all these other things. So that's the thing that I've really been struggling with the last time and this time. So, you know, just, you know, for the rest of my time that I'm sitting on the city plan board, if somebody's coming before us, and this gets to also, you know, for our city staff, is I want to have more evaluation of what the need is. And again, we can debate what need means, but at this point in time, there's been nothing but put in front of me to show that there is a need for this land use change. So, I mean, with that said, this is all about the drive-through. This is all this is about making these changes. I mean, the reason last time, again, it's fuzzy, but last time it was the drive-through was the issue. This time, it's still the thing that is the biggest concern is the drive-through. So, so again, if it was just a straight up vote right now on this PUD, again, I would about approving it. I would say, no, I can't support it, and primarily because of this issue of sort of need. I would potentially be willing to consider it, you know, if there was a change proposed as Commissioner Hawkins, not Commissioner, sorry, City Plan Board Hawkins suggested. So, yeah, and again, just sort of going forward, it's really, for me, it's really important that we've got to do a better job of establishing the need, whether that comes from the applicant or the way it comes from the city. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newman. I'm going to jump in before we come back to you, Mr. Hurst. I was also here that evening. I think you and I may have been the only two that sat through that meeting on the board now because we have some newer members. I was one of the members who suggested going the PD route because I thought that there was a lot of uncertainty in sticking with straight zoning and a lot of special considerations that the neighborhood was looking for and compatibility issues and just uniqueness of the property. And I see a lot of that addressed tonight. I think that the applicant did a really good job in meeting with the neighbors and proposing things, and even the traffic calming within the neighborhood. I do have some concerns about the interactions on 23rd and on 43rd. I think that those are things that when you get to the site plan stage can be worked through with County Public Works because those are both county roads. I think looking at avoiding left turns out. I used to work basically in this corner intersection, so I'm very familiar with it. And those suicide lanes are a problem. I mean, there's accidents there all the time. And so particularly on 43rd, I think consideration of a hard median, the directionalized left turns would be a big improvement, but I realize that's something that happens at site plan. That's not something that we can condition now. It's not something that the city even has the power to do. So I think I think we've come a long way. I think these conditions have addressed most of the neighborhood concerns. We aren't going to get to making every neighbor in the neighborhood happy, but we've come a long way. I think that this is well considered. I think that there are specific issues that can be addressed at site plan. I would support this petition tonight. Mr. Hurst.
Just one quick point on need. That is one of the Millhopper area is one of the highest demanded retail areas in the entire market. And the Fresh Market, 100% leased. The public shopping center, about 98% leased. You go up to Millhopper Road, that Hunter's Crossing is about 96, 98% leased. So there is a demand for retail. Now we can debate the drive-through component all we want, but there is a demand for retail in that sub-market.
Mr. Hawkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the City Plan Board adopt petition PB 20-141 land use change with two modifications. The first modification is that we amend the proposed condition number 2 to strike the allowance for one drive-through and stipulate that no drive-throughs are permitted in the area governed by this PUD land use ordinance. And second, we add a new condition 11 to require buildings to face the street and not allowing driveways or parking in the setbacks between the buildings and the street.
Second?
Okay, is there any discussion on that? I know, Mr. Newman, you had your light on a second ago. Okay. All right, let's take it to a vote. All of those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All of those opposed? No? Okay, do we need to do a roll call? Brittany, I see you. Okay. Yeah, I think it's hard for staff with the screens. Okay, so can you do a roll call vote for us?
Yes.
Ms. McMullen?
Member Hopkins.
Yes.
Member Blythe. Sorry, say it again.
No.
All right. Member Newman.
No.
All right, Sutton.
No.
Hurst.
No.
And Corrigetto.
Yes.
All right, so motion fails.
So we'll look for another motion. If somebody else would like to make one.
I'm not sure I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay,
Can we
go ahead.
have a little more discussion?
Yep.
There may be somewhere kind of in the middle. I think we're looking for something here. Yeah, I mean, I go back to what I just kept hearing was there's a traffic problem in the neighborhood that exists. The drive-through seems to be something that is indicated to increase the problem. If the drive-through is removed, I guess the question is this still going to be a viable piece that can be developed correctly? Or can the drive-through be somehow included, but there's something else that helps the neighborhood not get the traffic? I don't know that we can really do anything about the neighborhood traffic piece. So I guess can I clarify, is our only control here what's happening on the property for this motion?
We are voting on the land use of the property right now.
Okay. And as part of that land use, we know that the drive-through component is something that's generated a lot of kind of negative community feedback here. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's the drive-through, right? It's not the coffee use. Is that? Yeah. Okay. It's the trip generation from the drive-through that's creating the issue. So it could still be a coffee shop, but without a drive-through.
So the other thing on the list that could want a drive-through is the financial institution. And I was kind of surprised that they had a financial institution on the list and that they would have the drive-through shown with a coffee shop and have a financial institution without a drive-through, to be honest, because I just haven't seen that in practice lately. Some of them are almost going exclusively drive-through. So that surprised me. So I don't, and it looks like maybe the developer wants to say something, but I don't know that. And I mean, it's a PD and a PUD, so we can get as specific as we want to. We can, we can say no drive-through on the coffee shop, and we'll let it be on a financial institution or something different. But that's what sort of I was surprised that they had a financial institution on the list and that there wasn't going to be a drive-through on that, to be honest.
And I guess what my goal is here, I've seen so much. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a developer have this much like interaction with the community and this many kind of, let's make this get included, let's get this included. So it feels like if there's something we can get included right now, because it is a PUD and we're kind of helping to write this custom rule set, I mean, if there's something that we can do to kind of make it a win for the community and the piece of property can be developed so that it's not, kind of in an unsafe condition currently, I would support that. And so if it's the drive-through and the coffee shop being coupled up into one entity, then I could probably break free from having that. I don't know that I want to couple having to have the building completely set back, because I think I guess at that point, if the drive-through goes away, then the building could be where you're kind of intending it.
Yeah, Mr. Hawkins, go
But
ahead.
we've got lots of, for me, the drive-through is the deal breaker, because I think, we can accommodate all the land uses without causing the traffic problem that's a problem for the neighbors. If you just take the drive-through out, it's such a simple solution. It supports the developer, it supports the neighborhood, right? It's so simple and so obvious. But to the design question, I mean, the McDonald's on University Avenue has stacking for lots of vehicles You know what I'm talking about, like the 1200 block, with a with a face that fits the street, I think, very well.
Another question, I guess, maybe directed a little bit at you, Mr. Hurst, is one thing that I've seen just recently with everything going on over the last year is that even restaurants that wouldn't typically have a pickup window or a drive-through per se, we are now designing, you know, even sit-in restaurants having a pickup window. And so I think we're sort of in a unique situation, and I you know, obviously things are changing every day and there's vaccines now, but some of this change in behaviors isn't going to go away right away. And so I worry about taking away the drive-through option entirely because I think it applies to more businesses now than even before. Even if it's a place where rather than having 5-minute parking for your Uber Eats driver to park up front, they can just come up to the window, or, you know, other situations like that, because I've seen it happening on new plans coming forward. I really want to allow the flexibility. I think we're limiting it to one of those, and they're going to have to pick and choose. You know, is it the bank? Is it a coffee shop? Is it another restaurant that wants a pickup window? I'm comfortable leaving it because I think it's important to the way that the world is working right now, and I don't know, no one can tell us when we're going to go back to normal.
No, you make a good point. I mean, you got some of the most traditional people that have been restaurants where you sit down at, dine in, that are coming out with drive-through options, P.F. Chang's, Buffalo Wild Wings, these places where you sat down. So if we're talking about encouraging business, even somebody like a Miapa who's local, we're talking about encouraging small business. Well, small businesses are making that shift as well now too. So this thing about Starbucks, just throw Starbucks out the window. A drive-through doesn't necessarily have to be that intensive, but it is pro-business in the environment that we're in. Because when we started this project, it sounds like back in 2018, the world was very different. So now it is lending itself to a lot more options as it pertains to retail users who are using drive-throughs, in some cases just exclusively, not even using the dine-in option.
Mr. Newman?
Yeah, I guess so. I think that I appreciate kind of we're in a strange situation now, and I don't think that we know how things will change. But coming back to like the biggest concern of the neighborhood, that you know that essentially some sort of that something like that is going to have potentially more. Is potentially going to have sort of more additional sort of traffic in the neighborhood as a result of this. Now, I understand that anything that goes in there is likely going to have more traffic in the neighborhood because there's nothing there now. So I'm not, but I'm just saying like that, whatever, that is a big issue, and so whatever, if we have the opportunity to do something now, whatever we can do to try to sort of minimize that, mitigate that, by the decisions we make, I think that's so I guess that's my concern sort of about the potential sort of drive-through, and and again it is great. I mean it is significantly better than before, and again my last vote I just want to say was just this concern about sort of need, and I understand that no one has ever come and sort of discussed what need means. And so it's just, again, there's market need, there's commercial need, but there's other needs too. So I think that we have to sort of take all of those into consideration. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Blythe?
I just want to go back to real quickly. So as of right, if I read this correctly in the report, the existing would allow for 222,000 square feet intensity at 3 stories. Now again,
Hypothetically.
I don't think you could fit all that on there, just to be fair.
Yeah.
So I think that example is pretty ludicrous. The proposed is 32,000 square feet. It does allow for 3 stories though. That you could get on there. And I'm pretty certain you could get probably at least 100,000 square feet if you were really pushing it. Now that would be 100,000 square feet of office. Maybe it's mixed use with with residential, multifamily. I know when there's a big office component, there are key times of the days where there's a lot of traffic that comes in and out. So the mornings, definitely at lunch, there's a lot of people leaving the site. And then, somewhere between 4 and 6 p.m., there's a big rush of people to kind of get out of here. I think even with that use, we're going to see an uptick in traffic in the neighborhood. So I'm still going to go back to, I think there's still like a bigger thing that needs to be solved to help to protect the neighborhood, especially the kids. The fact that there's no sidewalks, that's not awesome. The fact that people already know about it, like a cut through, not great. So I think there's something that needs to really be resolved. And to your point, maybe there's something that happens at a future step where there's actual public work and other things that happen. So that might be important for the community to kind of understand too. But yeah, I mean, going back to what we're talking about tonight, it's really tricky. It's not easy to just take away one piece of it, especially when everything says retail is going to that kind of model. I don't know. I don't know that yeah. It's really tricky. I mean, it would be really nice to know what other options were considered and why those didn't work. I don't think we really have time because we've kind of burned through like 3 hours of time hearing about it. Yeah, so I mean, honestly, I'm pretty torn. I feel like people are trying. It feels like some of it is kind of out of the hands of the developer and the community, and it's almost in the county or public work. I mean, several people said if a light could be put in, that might really help. Other people have said if there could be, kind of medians and other pieces of control, that might really help. But again, with it being at this intersection, it's kind of unfortunate for the piece of land. There's no real way to fully solve the problem,
Well, and it's a bad intersection because it's misaligned, right? If you come in on, 16th, it's not a straight 4-corner right angle intersection, and that's a lot of the problem here as well. So it's a unique situation, and it has existing traffic problems. I don't know, Mr. Thompson, or if Mr. Frazier, have you had specific conversations at all with County Public Works? I know we saw a diagram of proposed, speed bumps and things on the city streets, but has anyone talked to County Public Works? Do we have any input?
Yes,
from what
this is Kevin.
Would look like?
Yes, this is Kevin Frazier, the applicant. We have spoken with Alachua County Department of Mobility and Transportation, and we have discussed several elements. Obviously, that will be implemented at their discretion, because that is, to the point some of the plan board members have made, is it is out of my hands, unfortunately, but what I can be is an advocate. And this development brings up the opportunity to have that conversation to address a concern that exists today. And the elements that we've discussed is to changing the timing of the actual traffic signals, to improving the traffic flow efficiencies, extensions of medians, to promote safety. We've also included in those discussions additional striping to increase the appearance and the obvious nature of where the traffic is supposed to enter and exit. So yes, we have been having those discussions. They are ongoing. We've had up to this point multiple conversations too, specifically with the city of Gainesville, but also the last conversation I had regarding traffic for this project was actually with Alachua County DOT. And so yes, those concerns have been raised. There's been discussions about making a dedicated left turn to head northbound on 43rd. I mean, again, these are all ideas that have been proposed. And the traffic signal, we have not given up on that. But again, that is obviously completely out of my hands and at the discretion of the county, but we are still advocating for those elements. And we will continue to do that up through development plan review. And as I mentioned multiple times before, to the day that we put the shovel in the ground. So yes, to answer your question.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, unfortunately, we're at land use, and that is decided at site plan by a different entity entirely. So that's the challenge that we have.
Yep. But one thing I would add is, as it relates to the restaurant drive-through on the hard corner, as I've mentioned several times, we are not committed to doing a specific deal with a specific user at this point. We're obviously in the process of trying to see if this project will be viable in terms of approval. And I told the neighbors that I would respect the nature of our conversations and not go out there and attempt to broadcast this site as available to the larger retail community. And that I wanted to take my time and put together the correct project that would address their concerns. And so as it relates to that specific user, that is not something that we have to do. I would echo Jason's comment about the need for drive-throughs and how that has increased due to COVID, that nearly every restaurant, regardless of if traditionally they've been a sit-down restaurant, they are all requiring those now. They're requiring drive-in pickup windows. There are restaurant uses that don't have the same intensity of traffic that a Starbucks has. So I would just like to add that point.
Thank you. Sophia?
Thank you. So I guess just kind of, added to the conversation to see if we can start circling back toward a decision. I think one thing that I've been keeping in mind is just, as we've mentioned, we don't have immediate control over other traffic calming measures at this time, simply the land use. And although they've mentioned they don't have a specific tenant in mind, approving this land use will give them free rein at this point to choose a tenant, right? As long as it's within what we approve. And it is possible that it could end up being a store that would generate such traffic. And so what's kind of been guiding my decision here is going back to thinking about the goals in the comprehensive plan, thinking about what our considerations are in terms of meeting certain requirements. And when I think about whether or not it discourages sprawl, the demands and the needs of the population, I continue to think that, yes, I hear you all on the businesses, but if this were a local business that really sincerely wanted a drive-through, I would hear it differently. But I don't. I hear it as though we're making a very strong exception here when there are certainly other parcels that would be more fitting for a drive-through in this town. And if we look at the existing drive-throughs that are causing traffic jams, for example, the Starbucks on 13th Street, we know very well that at this busy intersection where, as a cyclist, as a pedestrian, you might already feel unsafe. As a tenant, as a person in that neighborhood, you might already feel unsafe. I don't know that it's needed in this specific spot. So I just wanted to put that out there, that I think, considering all the discussion we've had, that, again, talking about local businesses, the realities of the pandemic, I think had the application come forward in a different manner, had it been a local business, had it been a small business, but I think it's very, very clear that if we do approve this, what could end up being there, what the outcomes might be, and that unfortunately we don't have the decision to make about the traffic calming measures, about improving the safety of pedestrians and cyclists, and so I just wanted to kind of throw that out there. Thank you.
So I just want to be clear that we're talking about land use here. We aren't talking about a specific tenant or a specific site plan. There are local drive-through coffee shops in this town as well. There's Coffee Culture. There's another little one that just opened up by the Pinch Penny on 34th Boulevard. So I want to be really clear. We are talking about land use. Local business, chain business, that's not the decision that we're making right now. We don't have, I don't think that we have the authority to tell them they can't bring a national brand in here as part of a land use decision. So I think we need to be really careful about that. We can talk about we can talk about users and types of uses and drive-throughs or not drive-throughs, but I want to be really careful that we can't tell them you have to have someone who lives in Gainesville and owns the business to lease your space. We don't have that authority here. So let's just keep it a little bit more broad. Mr. Hawkins.
Wait to see if other lights come on. Waiting for me to make a motion. No one wants to make a motion. I'll make another motion.
I
I
would if I
move-
could.
What's that?
I would if I could.
I move the plan board deny petition PB-20-141 LUC.
Okay, do we have a second for that motion?
Second.
Okay, we have a second. Ms. McMillan, would you mind doing a roll call vote on this?
Yes. Board Member Hawkins. Board Member Blythe.
Is it possible to ask a question at this point, or is it too late? It's a clarification of what happens next if it's denied.
Either way, this will go to the city commission. Whether we recommend denial or we recommend approval, it will go to the city commission for final decision. Is that what you're looking for? Once we make a decision, our recommendation gets forwarded on.
But we lose the chance to have any input.
Yes.
If you're close to making a motion, I'll withdraw mine.
So if you'd like to suggest revising conditions or something, this would take that opportunity.
Yeah, I'd like to,
May I withdraw my motion, Madam Chair?
Yes.
at least try, I'll just try it. I'm happy to be shot down.
All right. New motion by
Okay,
Mr.
new
Blunt.
motion. So I'd like to make a motion to amend the petition to allow for one drive-through use to be selected by the developer for the PUD and not define what it goes on. The rest as is.
That's in the current proposal.
So it's one, but it's not defined?
Yeah,
Let's look-
they're
yeah.
currently the conditions.
It says only one drive-through
Oh,
facility.
okay,
If
okay.
you look at condition 2.
Okay, good. Then, sorry, I guess I'm not making anything new.
So then are you making an amendment, or you're making a motion to approve?
No, sorry, I'm not good at this. Doing it in public is great. I think I would make an amendment to, is there a way to, there's no way to limit a traffic count, is there?
Yes.
It
there
is in here. There is a
We
limited
currently
traffic
have a
count.
condition with the traffic count.
So
Okay.
right now, condition 7 has that the total traffic generation may not exceed 3,853 daily trips.
Okay, which is,
So we can
yes,
adjust that number if that is the concern. That would, again,
that
go forward as a
number-
recommendation to the city commission. They could or could not accept that.
right. So I will say that number seemed really high to be the cap based on kind of what we were reviewing. I honestly would not know how to educated even ballpark what a reasonable number would be that, you know, if we compared it to what they listed out for the trip count, for the potential office, which we know is really high, it was 222,000 square feet of office. That was at 2,300 or 2,310 versus the 1,472. So it was showing a net reduction, but again, that was based on I mean, I'm not sure you could even get that much on the property. So I guess I'm not sure where we're going from 1,472 up to the 3,800 for the one item that's, which item is it?
It's probably the drive-through.
So if you look at
Yeah.
page 54,
And I can share my screen
it
as well.
has the table of the proposed land use, which shows
Okay.
shopping center use, the coffee or donut shop with drive-through in the general office. That shows you the different trips attributed to each of those users.
Okay.
I would say if you have a general shopping center, you don't know what's coming in, you don't know if it's gonna be a nail salon, you don't know if it's gonna be a restaurant, you don't know if it's gonna be a
Right.
doctor's office, you use this shopping center ITE code pretty broadly.
Right.
That gets used a lot when you don't
Okay.
know what it is. So,
And how does the net new compare? Because that's 1,472, but it's saying total project trips is 3,853.
so it's adding up the daily trips from each of these uses, and they're also taking like a pass-by deduction, you can see in this table. So, this is how they got that 3,853 number.
Okay.
And so I think this might just be a good thing to reference. So if you think about, you know, if you reduce the size of the coffee shop or you increase the shopping center, you increase the office, like these numbers would sort of adjust proportionally. Now, the other thing there's a condition about is the overall square footage. So you could potentially cap things either way. Overall square footage, although IT code really drives it, the traffic
Yeah.
from each use.
But I mean, honestly, at this point, if we're being real, it sounds like even if there was nothing else on the site, the drive-through would be like a problem. Like, I mean, it's not like if we took away all the other buildings, all of a sudden everybody's gonna be happy with the drive-through. I mean, that's the point of resistance, you know, is the drive-through and what has appeared to come from the drive-through.
So, yeah, and I would just say, you know, this is a coffee or donut shop with drive-through, which is probably one of the highest ones that you can get. If you had a financial institution with drive-through, that would be a lot lower.
Right, so yes, you're right, so that's what I was
so,
getting at.
you know, it's, you know, if you had a gas station, it would be a lot higher. So there's uses, you know, and we don't have the IT manual here,
Yeah.
but there's uses that are higher, there's uses that are lower, you know, everything is just,
Okay.
it's based on studies of those users.
Is the issue the drive-through, or is it the presumption that it's Starbucks? Because that's what most of the conversation is around.
I think that's where I was getting to.
Yeah, that's,
Boiling it
yeah.
down to what the drive-through is.
Which is a presumption at this point.
Yeah, if it's a coffee culture, they just built, and I don't know the name of it, Mr. Persons, but there's a new drive-through coffee shop, Scooters. So what if it's a Scooters? There's a brand new one, it was just built in the city. So what if it was that instead? There's another new drive-through coffee shop, and I forget the name of it, up in Alachua, right near the 75 interchange, that's not a Starbucks. So like, I hear you on the Starbucks. Yes, at some point, I'm sure the developers had conversations with Starbucks, but we can't presume that. Like, we're talking land use here and general uses. Mr. Hirsch, was that what you were going to say, or did you have something else? Okay. Mr. Newman?
Yeah, I guess to me, I just think it's the drive-through. I mean, so I don't think, I mean, for me, in terms of some of one of my concerns, it's the drive-through. It's not what it is, whether it's a Starbucks or something else.
Mr. Hawkins?
I'm gonna put my motion back on the floor to deny the petition.
Okay. Do we have a second again? Same second? Okay. Ms. McMullen, would you mind taking a roll call vote?
Yes, Member Hawkins.
Aye.
Member Blythe.
Nay.
Member Newman.
Aye.
Member Sutton.
No.
Member Hurst.
Nay.
And Member Corrigetto.
So, 3-3.
Fails
What do we
pass.
do with that? We move on, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
When it's tied.
The city commission is the ultimate decision maker here, everyone, so we are making a recommendation to them on this petition, but I would encourage you all, thank you all for coming out tonight, and we still do have the zoning, and please do, you know, turn out when this is scheduled for the city commission as well. So with that, we'll move on to the zoning petition. Can we have that read into the record, please?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Before everybody leaves, I want to be clear, if folks want to have material in the record for the quasi judicial hearing, they need to put it on the record in the hearing, is that correct?
Yes, yes. So we are still talking about the same property, and we're moving from the land use to the zoning. This is where a formal hearing was requested. So if you are an affected party, you are going to be recognized again and with the chance to present. We will take public comment again. This is related to the zoning, so there is slightly different information in the two petitions. But I would encourage you, you know, like Member Hawkins just said, you know, we're going to be taking another vote on this item that will also go to the city commission for their final decision. So, this, once we read it into the record, we will be going through the formal, hearing and following the time limits on this one.
Yes. Okay, petition, and I apologize, it was misnumbered on the agenda here. But petition PB 20-142ZON. CHW Inc., agent for Wilson Development, applicant, request to rezone property from office and conservation to planned development located at 4315 Northwest 23rd Avenue, related to petition PB-20-141 LUC. And so with the formal hearing, staff introduces the item, and then the applicant generally presents, but I believe this is where we would do the swearing in.
Yeah, do we have, I think it's Mr. Schwartz is on, does he need to determine who is going to be considered an affected party?
Well,
Madam Chair, there's a presumption that if somebody was noticed by the city in the 400 feet, they're already considered an affected party for the purposes of this hearing.
Okay.
so we
that's
do have to,
item
sorry.
2, so then we need to have disclosure of ex parte communications, and then we'll swear people in before you
Yes.
present? Okay, so have any members of the board had ex parte communications on this item? If so, please state that and explain. Okay, it looks like no. Okay, with that, we need to swear in the affected parties and the witnesses. Is staff in the room gonna do that? Can you swear people in remotely? Okay.
Yes, we are able to do it virtually, and we do have a staff member on the Zoom call to swear folks in. So she will ask everyone to raise their right hand and take the oath.
Okay, so anyone that's considered an affected party that wishes to be recognized for this part of the hearing, you're going to need to raise your right hand and take this oath, because it's a formal hearing.
Okay, are we ready?
Yes, we're ready.
Okay, if everyone could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in the testimony that you give?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's it.
Thanks, Miranda.
Thank
you, Miranda.
Okay, so now we are on to the staff presentation, and the staff presentation will be limited to 10 minutes.
And I believe the applicant actually gives the presentation first, but I don't know if they're gonna wanna give a whole presentation again, since they kind of did both at once.
Yeah, am I looking at the wrong list? Because here it has the staff presentation, then applicant
Okay.
presentation.
I'll just go ahead and present. All right, so let me get it pulled up here. All right, so we have already talked about a lot of aspects of what's going on with this request. So this portion is specifically focused on the rezoning request. Again, location for the record, 4315 Northwest 23rd Avenue. Property size, we've already gone over, it's about 7 acres. Oops, sorry. And the request is to rezone the property from office and conservation to planned development. And the applicant did show us some of the information that I have here for you, so I don't want to be too repetitive. But basically, this is the proposed PD layout. It shows entrance and exit points on 23rd Avenue, as well as 43rd Street. And then the portion on the southern portion of the site that is shaded and labeled with B is the conservation area. So the applicant did propose 4 pages of conditions that, as you heard, they came up with after working with a group of neighbors. So there is a list of permitted uses, and as we've talked about in great length, it specifies that there can be a restaurant or coffee shop with an associated drive-through, but there shall only be one drive-through facility located on the site. So some other conditions that they have proposed are the maximum square footage of 32,000 square feet, a maximum of 5 freestanding commercial tenant occupied buildings. Businesses with more intense uses and longer hours of operation are limited to the site's north area. Building height is limited to 1 story as illustrated in the site plan. As they mentioned, there's limits on hours of operation and things like that. For the design standards, Condition 9 states that buildings will be situated a minimum distance from 43rd Street consistent with the transect zone requirements found in the city ordinance. So it would follow the storefront street requirements of a minimum and maximum setback of minimum of 20 feet, maximum of 25 feet on the street sides. Let's see. Trying to see if there's anything in here that we haven't already talked about to call to your attention. Let's see here. So as I mentioned, only 1 drive-through permitted. And I think we've kind of covered a lot of the other things. And this is in your backup as well, so I'm happy to answer any specific questions. And I'm sure the applicant is happy to as well. So staff did review this this petition in regards to the criteria found in the Land Development Code, Section 30-3.15, in addition to Section 30-3.17, which asks us to look at some more specific requirements for the PD zoning designation. And one of the big things that the review criteria asks about for a PD is basically what's unique about it. Why should it be a PD and not the standard zoning district? And I think the applicant has demonstrated that because of the special conditions that they'd like to put on this site, a PD is most appropriate in this situation. So staff recommends approval, and we'll turn it over to the applicant.
So next is if any of the affected parties would like to do a cross-examination of staff. This is the window for that to happen. There's a 10-minute for any of the affected parties interested in cross-examining staff. Okay, not seeing any. We'll move on to the applicant presentation. Mr. Frazier, is that going to be you again?
It would be me, and I'm happy to go through the presentation again if anybody needed a refresher, but I did cover both the small-scale land use amendment as well as the zoning in my presentation.
Okay, thank you. There's a window after, I think staff and the board, are we okay with not hearing the applicant again? Everybody's okay with that? All right. There's a window for cross-examination from affected parties for the applicant as well. Yes, Mr. Thompson.
Just for the record, our presentation from the last application, if that could be reflected in this record for the rezoning application, we'd appreciate that very much.
Yes. Is that a problem for staff? Do we need to at least like bring it up on the screen to be in the record, or are you all comfortable with that?
Yeah, that's fine from staff.
Okay, great. We appreciate that. And then any affected parties that wish to cross-examine the applicant, please step forward. We'll give you a window. Okay, seeing none, we will move on. Oh, yeah, Mr. Shepherd, I'm sorry, this is just a window for affected parties. We will get to members of the public.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll let you know when we get to members of the public. Okay, thank you, Mr. Shepherd.
Madam Chair, could you please check with the public call line to see if there are any affected members on the call line?
Yes. Can we check if there are any affected parties on the call line that would like to cross-examine?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Elizabeth. We do have one caller on the line right now, Jean Repetto. Ms. Repetto, you have the floor.
Hi, this is Jeannie Repetto, and I'm really not quite sure what's going on right now, but I just wanted to say that I am supportive of the zoning change within the PUD. I don't know what else to say because I'm not sure what's happening, but as an affected party, I'm supporting the change within the PUD. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Repetto. Madam Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you for calling in. The next item is affected parties that are for approval of the item. So we just heard from Ms. Repetto. I believe she'd fall in that category. Is there anyone else on the phone line, or was she the only one there?
We actually have a caller calling in right now. Will the caller with the last four digits, 9440, please join the conversation? Caller ending in 9440. If you're out there, please introduce yourself. Ms. Goodrich, you have the floor. Madam Chair, hold on one second. We see Meredith Goodrich out there. We just have to connect her.
Okay.
Ms. Goodrich?
Okay. I heard questions for cross-examine. I don't have that. I was just for commenting. Should I hold?
Are you were an affected party, is that correct? Let me go back to my list. We're hearing affected
Yes.
parties right now? Okay, so you can go ahead and speak either approval or the next item is affected parties against approval. So please state your petition, or state your position on the petition. Sorry. It's late.
I am deeply torn. My husband is in favor. It's comment. The developers have been absolutely wonderful and accommodating, and we know they require the drive-through for the coffee shop to develop. No one else has ever worked with us the way this developer has. There have been other proposals. The diocese turned away 3 churches that wanted to buy the church, and they tore down the church so that that option would kind of be removed from the table. That was, as a neighborhood, that was our ideal option. It is zoned for multifamily housing, and there was like a brief mention like, oh, maybe we'll do that, but then no. I think it would have been wonderful if they had sold to the churches that were interested. But I think that Wilson Development Group is a good development group. Yep. My husband is at affected party. Do you have anything to add? He supports the zoning change. Okay, thank you.
Thank you both.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Goodrich. We have more speakers calling in, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Megan? What? Megan Viverko? Megan, you have the floor. Megan Viverka, are you out there?
Yes, I'm sorry. I don't mean to take away anything from the developer or my neighbors that have worked so hard on this. I really do appreciate all of their effort and the hard work that's gone into it. Ultimately, it doesn't solve the problem. The problem is there's too much volume of traffic coming off of that property on a given day. And the problems that it will cause are too significant to ignore. I feel like just stating that all restaurants these days are being built with drive-ins is disingenuous. And ultimately, we need to find a use for this property that's acceptable for the community around it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Viverka. We do have another caller on the line. Tracy Staples, you have the floor.
Yeah, hi. I spoke earlier, but I'm also an affected party. My husband's here, so I'm just going to speak for both of us. We know that there is definitely some traffic concerns. We have a lot of concerns as well. I'll echo most of what Meredith Goodrich said, that we're very torn and there's no real good solution. But what we do know is that we're not in favor of multi-family housing there. And I think with the trend of COVID, and I know my job, for example, has decided to be virtual long-term because it works out so well, that office space and something that goes deserted and empty and falls apart on that corner is also not a good option. I think we have a traffic problem now, and I think that we're not really here to talk about whether we have a traffic problem. We certainly have a traffic problem, and I am hopeful that because the developers are willing to work with us, that maybe they can even help remedy some of the traffic concerns that we already have, because they're willing to spend the money to try to do that and maybe get the conversation started. So yes, I am, I think, and my husband as well, in support. And that's all we have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Staples. We do have yet another caller, Rachel Channing. You have the floor. Ms. Channing. Ms. Channing, are you out there? Ms. Channing, you have the microphone. Oh, Madam Chair, we can hear Ms. Channing out there, but she's not speaking.
Okay, is there anyone else that we could
No.
go to and maybe come back to her, or is she the last
No,
one?
she is the last caller, I'm afraid.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, Ms. Channing, you're out there.
I
Good.
do not support the zoning change, and I actually, or the proposed, the idea of a multi level dwelling or drive-through type of restaurant, and so no, I do not. I vote no. I say no. I do not approve.
Thank you, Ms. Channing. Madam Chair,
That
was our last speaker. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. So Freda, any affected party that would like to speak at this point?
Hi, this is Marcia Mott again, and I'm one of the affected parties. So I just would like to just bring to light, like right now we're getting ready, or you're getting ready to take a vote on something. But if this never came before you, there'd be nothing to vote on, and it wouldn't impact our already congested traffic at all. We wouldn't have to solve where we're going to put in a light. The city wouldn't have to come. The county wouldn't have to come. We wouldn't have to figure out this. We wouldn't have to put in all these other things. This is all because the church decided the last second on December 26th to tear down the building so that it would make it easier to be rezoned, right? And so that's what we're voting on right now, rezoning something. If we left it alone just as it is, most of us wouldn't have a problem. Many of you yourself have said the issue is a drive-through. If we left it as it's zoned, there's nothing to really discuss here. Let them go through and develop. I would prefer it to be a church. I mean, there used to be a daycare there, right? Fine, it can't be there anymore. But part of that is, let's just be honest about it. It's greed of a church that wanted this to have. That pastor sat in my dining room and said, we're in the business of saving souls. We could put 100 low-cost apartments there. I might rather have that than a drive-through, because those people aren't cutting through my road, right? So what we're voting on today is change. We don't have to change. We don't even have to vote, but we are, because a church wants to do something, a developer wants to make money, and I understand people need to make money, right? It wouldn't matter to me whether it was a local business and not a local business. That part doesn't matter. It's the impact that it has in the neighborhood and the need. And I don't think we have the need there, but we will have significant impact. And I think we have to think about that. If we don't have to vote on anything, if we don't have to change anything, we'd all be home right now, right? I haven't been home today. I've been home since 7 o'clock this morning. There's nothing to vote on if we don't want change. None of us came before you and said, please change this. We're saying, please keep it as it is. So the church can keep doing whatever they're doing. They can build a new church there. They could put an office complex there. But what they want, what the developers want, what large corporations want is what serves their needs. But they don't live on that street. They don't live in that neighborhood, and they don't vote for the people in this county and pay taxes in this county that support all the things that we do. They're going to get their check, and they're going to go. I mean, they even said it. We'll take this money. We're going to build a church west because that's where the souls we need to save are. So, I ask you to think about that.
Thank you.
I would like to add that the people who are in support of this are not going to be impacted. They do not live on the street. They will get a nice wall that they would love to have, but they are not interested, in my opinion, in working with them for several years now, whether or not our street is really safe, because they don't need it to be safe. Their little homes are they're nice homes, I shouldn't say it that way. The nice homes are off the main street. All of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other affected parties first? Mr. Shepherd, we'll get to public comment in just a minute. We just have to have the affected parties first because of the formal hearing. Any other affected parties wish to speak to this item? Okay, seeing none. So there's time for a staff rebuttal. Does staff have anything that they would like to present?
No.
Okay, there's also time for an applicant rebuttal. Mr. Thompson or Mr. Frazier, would you like to present any additional material? You can have 5 minutes.
I don't have a rebuttal. I just want to be clear that the application materials, the staff report, staff's presentation, our presentation, both mine and Mr. Frazier's, and our testimony this evening are all recorded for both the land use and the zoning item before you this evening. And Ryan Thompson with CHW. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Mr. Persons and Ms. McMullen, we got that. All of it's on the record. Perfect. Okay, then next, public comment. Mr. Shepherd, we'll take people in the room first, and then we'll go back to the phone lines if there's any other public comment.
Okay, I thank you for giving me this opportunity after I turned it down the first time. I'm not turning it down the second time. The reason why I turned it down was because I'm not affected with this. But as a people's representative, I am. As a people's representative, what I'm seeing, what the change needs to be, it's not the coffee shop, not the drive-in, it's the way the traffic flows. That's the whole picture. If we take a look at this gentleman's pictures again, we can see the clarity of what needs to happen. Either those lines, as it was mentioned, be painted so that we have direction of where these cars need to go, or we put in mediums in the complex of this gentleman had took and pointed out to the city planning board. This is what needs to be happening. I mean, we don't need to waste any more time. This is what needs to happen. We need to make those corrections in the highway of that, because that accident happened before this restaurant proposal was proposed. So the blame is on the traffic, not this restaurant or the coffee shop. It's that, and that's all I have to say. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. Do we have anyone else on the phone line from the public that would like to speak to this item?
Madam Chair, our phone lines are clear. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone on the Zoom link that we need to recognize?
Madam Chair, there are the same people that were there before. Staples, I think, was the only one that spoke last time.
Yeah, I've already
Is
spoken.
she called
I'm just
in?
listening on here.
Yeah,
Okay.
we heard from her again.
I think that's it then, Madam Chair.
Okay. you. With that, we will bring it back to the board for deliberation or a motion. Mr. Hawkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to, I wondered if we could look at the PD layout plan together. Is it possible
Sure.
to pull that up, Ms. McMullen?
Ms. McMullen, can we share your screen, please?
While Ms. McMullen's pulling that up, I wanted to ask a question for Ms. McMullen or Mr. Persons. My understanding is what we're voting on is this picture and the list of conditions. Is that right?
Yes.
So that's what we're supposed to be comparing to the code standards are this picture and the list of conditions. The first thing I wanted to point out is we've spent a lot of time talking about where buildings are in the site. And if you look at the proposal, we're not voting on the placement of any buildings. Right? It's a blank box. They can put buildings anywhere, with the exception of there's some detail in the bottom right corner. Can we look down? Can we zoom really big on that? I want to zoom. How close can we get to that? All right. If you look in your backup, there's a much clearer vision. But we can look at this. So the street side setback on 43rd Street has to be between 17 and 27 feet. So the applicant talked a lot about building close to the street, but they're saying they want to be up to 27 feet away from the street. On 43rd. On 23rd, they're saying they want to be 85 feet away from the street. So very, very far from the street. 85 feet's a long way. It's definitely not the new urbanism that he described. The applicant talked a lot about proposed building height and said, we're going to do one-story buildings, one-story buildings, one-story buildings. This is the layout plan the applicant submitted. The second to last line, which is the building height, they want to go up to 80 feet. You made the point, earlier, Mr. Member Newman, maybe it was you, Mr. Blythe, that under the current land use and zoning, they can only go up to 3 stories, and we're getting a reduction. We're not. We're increasing it to 80 feet. PD layout plan says 80 feet. I think gross max floor area is the same as what's listed in the conditions. Let's look at can we go to the page where the conditions are? I want to talk about a couple of conditions. Oh, and one other thing on the setback. The setback from the cemetery is 10 feet. So the proposal is to build buildings within, not they don't have to build buildings within 10 feet of the cemetery, but they can build buildings within 10 feet of the cemetery.
I'm just trying to pull up a better version of the condition so we can zoom in.
It starts on page 18 of the staff report. If you're in
Thank
the
you,
staff
Madam
report.
Chair. So the first one that I wanted to point out is condition 6.
All right, almost got it.
So condition 6 says they do want to limit building height to 1 story as illustrated on the site plan. But we don't have a site plan. The only drawing we have of the area is a sheet with no buildings on it. So, and it says explicitly they're allowed to build up to 80 feet. On condition 10, there's a reference to the architectural drawings that Mr. Frazier mentioned, but they're not included anywhere in our packet. So if we vote on this, there's no promise that we get architecture looking anything like what they've showed. It's just this reference that consistent with renderings that aren't included in the packet. So there's no way when the city issues building permits to compare it to the zoning and then approve or deny it based on what or the city commission approved, because the standard's not in the application. It's not in the material that we have. I think if we're moving, I'm frustrated by these because we're clearly being asked to vote on something that's completely inconsistent with what the presentation was, and I don't like that. I don't like to be told we're voting on one thing, and then you reread the paperwork, it's completely different than what's sold. If we're moving in the direction of approving this, there's a couple of things that I think we need to work on. One is the reference in number 11 to signage being attractive. I think that's a great promise. I think that that'd be a good thing for the neighborhood to have attractive signing, but I don't know what attractive signing is. I think we would need some standards in terms of size, whether it's internally lit, things like that, so that it actually meets a standard that we would think of as attractive. And then finally, condition 17. I wanted to point out, Mr. Hurst, I think you made really great comments on the adequacy of the queuing, and in your mind, that made you in favor of the drive-through was the adequacy of the queuing. Again, same thing with the prompt, what they're saying they're going to do and what they're actually committing to do in writing are very, very different. Condition 17 references the drive-through. There's no reference at all to the amount of queuing. So if we're moving in a direction of approving and we think that having adequate queuing is significant, we need to amend the conditions to reflect the sales pitch. So that's a summary of my thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. Any other board members wish to comment on this? I'll say I was also a little bit underwhelmed by the PD layout plan, like just having 2 generic boxes and not showing us parking areas or building locations. I hadn't zoomed in to the little 80 feet thing, but I think that that's probably a pretty easy switch to make. That I don't know how that happened because we've clearly been talking about one story and it's been in the conditions. I agree with a lot of what you just said. I mean, I would support a change to address the queuing. I would support somehow, and I don't know if we can do this because obviously it was in the materials presented tonight, but including a reference and including those renderings and the actual concept plan that they've shown us, in addition to just this PD layout plan, I agree that there definitely needs to be more specificity. So staff, I don't know if we can add those things. If we were to approve this, that they would be attached appropriately. If you have thoughts on that, but I agree with a lot of what you just said. I do support this for, with those changes for the reasons that I stated on the land use. I think we've come a long way. I think the drive-through use is something that is changing and just becoming more essential right now for all kinds of businesses. I mean, even Target and Walmart and retail, even if you go to Swamphead or First Magnitude, you're driving through and you're picking things up. I mean, every business, retail, restaurant, everybody is looking for pickup window style options right now. And so I think the drive-through option is important to leave in here. But I do recognize some of those other changes are probably important to make these conditions really stick.
Can I, as the applicant, can I make a comment?
Sure.
Yes, no, I 100% support those amendments. The intent of this was not to be vague. In fact, the deed restriction documents, which mirrors the PD restriction document, has specific exhibits with the site plan showing the building placement. It has a specific exhibit with the architectural elevations and are called out as requirements and say that they must be consistent with the exhibits in the deed restriction document. And I apologize. I mean, that was not the intent of these PD conditions, but I would wholeheartedly support amending them to limiting the height of the building to be consistent with what was on the permit, which is what's on public record and permanent record with my presentation.
Thank you. Any other thoughts from the board, or does someone want to try to make a motion?
I guess we want to follow. Just to be clear, Mr. Frazier, you have site criteria already outlaid for the building yet? Is that an exhibit that you can attach as well?
Say that again, Commissioner or Plant Board Member Hurst.
I was just asking, do you have sign criteria that you've already kind of put together that you can add as a amendment?
Yes, we would be able. Yes, we would be able to add that as an exhibit.
Okay.
And Madam Chair, just
Yes.
for clarity, the when the plan board is considering the review of a PD application, it includes both the PD layout plan as well as the PD report, which is all the justification report that's in the backup. So you're reviewing not just the plan, but also the report and the materials in there as well. So that's typically what also gets adopted down the line when it gets to the commission.
But
Yeah, and
usually when the ordinance is actually written, the PD report isn't attached. It's just the conditions and the PD layout plan. And so I'm thinking of the ordinance that we're gonna see come out of this. I understand when staff is reviewing the site plan, they're gonna look back at the full report, but I think it's important to get some of that in the ordinance as well, since the conditions allude to it.
And the applicant wholeheartedly supports that.
Mr. Hawkins.
Madam Chair, I don't see any more lights and I want to get us a motion. I'm happy to make a motion to deny again, but I saw how that went last time. Do folks want to continue so that we can get the information that's sort of consistent and clear that we could actually review?
It's an option. We're also down a member tonight, so that's something to keep in mind that, if everyone is here next month, we, wouldn't have a tie decision, perhaps. We would potentially be 4-3 or otherwise. So that's something to consider. I'm open to that. I don't know if other board members have thoughts. I'm open to voting and moving it on to the commission with those recommendations. They include the materials at that point, or continuing it and getting that information next month. Either way. Any other thoughts on that?
I guess my one, sort of a continuance, what does that mean for the public? I mean, do we have to go through, will we have to go through and swear people in? I mean, is it the same kind of process as next time if we do that?
It would be another formal hearing if an affected party requested it, and probably because they requested it tonight, we'd have to continue in that format.
Okay.
And Madam Chair, it would be a little bit odd since the plan board was unable to make a motion to pass with the land use, that we would then potentially come back with a zoning change or with this zoning petition, and then I don't know at that point if the plan board really would be, I mean, it would be a strange to forward on a recommendation of denial on the land use and approval on the zoning.
I will say, that table on that TV layout plan was obviously not correct. I apologize for that. I did not zoom in far enough on that either, but, clearly that would be something that would be worked out in the ordinance.
So, we need a motion to do something.
I make a motion that the plan board continue petition PB-20 I'm sorry, that's the wrong one.
So the number's actually wrong on the agenda. I was gonna point
Yeah.
this out. It should be
121?
PB-20-142 ZON.
Thank you.
Yeah, I marked it up here when she started presenting that there was a typo. So we also probably wanna correct that, make sure it's right on the minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the plan board continue petition PB-20-142 ZON to a date uncertain. Let staff determine the date based on our other items.
Okay, do we have a second for that motion?
I just have a question.
Yes.
As far as the timing goes, if the first item is going before the city commission, does that define when that continuance would need to?
So
happen?
Mr. Persons can probably speak to that, but I think you all would probably hold the land use until we make a decision on the zoning.
Yes.
You wouldn't like move one ahead without the other.
Right.
So they would just hold both up to take to the commission together.
Yeah, and again, you wouldn't be able to forward a recommendation for denying the land use and approving the zoning. It it would be inconsistent.
So, I mean, that's an interesting point. It's like, yeah.
Yes.
Again, Ryan Thompson with CHW. Based on the history and the effort over the last 20 months of our client working with the neighborhood and getting to this point, and the issues that we've identified with the inconsistencies, that can all be solved. The layout plan, I take the ownership of that being, you know, having my name on it, Scrivener errors that need to be amended. Certainly no way is 80 feet compatible on this site. No excuse for that. Probably left over from the MU1, albeit that can be addressed. Our client has already stated that they're willing to put the elevations, the layout plan concept, the colored rendering plan into the record. That yeah, I think we're there. I think we're close. I don't think it needs to be postponed. If we could come to a motion this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
What was the proper number for this?
It is PB-20-142 ZON.
I move that we approve PB-20-142 ZON with the conditional changes as discussed here this evening. I think it was pertaining to signage, the height, and the, I think we mentioned stacking as well.
The architectural plan.
Being more specific with that, maybe even add them as an exhibit.
Okay, do we have a second for Mr. Hurst's motion? Okay, we have a second. Ms. McMullen, can we do a roll call vote on this one, please?
Yes. Board Member Hawkins?
Yeah.
Member Blythe?
Yeah.
Member Newman?
No.
Member Sutton?
Yes.
Member Hurst?
Yes.
And Member Corriero?
No. Okay.
So I think that was a tie again.
3-3 again. Thank you all again for coming out and spending your evening with us. We're here every month. You're welcome back anytime. We would encourage you to keep abreast of what's going on with this item and go to the city commission hearing whenever that may be. They are the final decision makers on this item. So be sure to stay involved. Even if it gets approved at that point, I would encourage you to stay involved through the site plan process. That's where the real decisions are going to be made. Should this get approved, the changes to the roads, all of that's going to be in construction plans and designed with the site plan. So it's a long process if this does actually happen, and there's a lot of opportunity for input, and I think that you do have a developer that's willing to listen. So I just encourage you all to stay involved and you know, keep up with this through the process. Thank you. Is everyone okay if we take a short restroom break to get a drink of water, stretch our legs for a second before we continue? Let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back to the other items. Okay, so 10:55, we'll resume here. 3.
All right. So petition PB-20-00161 LUC EDA Consultants, Inc. applicant on behalf of Gainesville Hillel, Inc. request to amend the City of Gainesville future land use map from City of Gainesville residential low to mixed-use office residential. Located at 2020 West University Avenue, related to petition PB-20-00162 ZON. We do have a staff presentation from Juan Castillo.
Okay, and before you get started, Juan, I just want to announce, I submitted a Form 8B and won't be voting on these two items, the land use or the zoning. So, Mr. Castillo, are you there? Perfect. We can't see your screen quite yet. Okay, now we can see your screen. But we can't hear you if you are talking. You might be on mute. Is there a... Can you see if something's going on through Zoom, Brittany? We still can't hear you. I don't know if there's a technical...
There might be. He is unmuted. Sorry, I'm trying to send him a message and see what's going on. I'm getting a call from you.
Okay. Working out technical difficulties. Sure. I don't know if I need to turn this on or not.
It's just about the 3-3 vote and I guess like what that shows up to the commission as. Like, does it show up as
Not approved, or does it show up as no official recommendation? Like, I'm just not clear 100% how that kind of. Mr. Persons.
Historically, those go before, when it's a deadlock vote, they go forward with the recommendation of denial. There's not any, your rules nor the land development code sort of say like what to do with this vote. So just generally.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yep.
we can hear you.
So yeah, recommendation now.
Okay. That was kind of trippy, but we're back on the show.
Welcome to the plan board.
I beg your pardon?
Welcome to our lovely long plan board meeting.
Well, I will try to make this short and sweet. So for the record, my name is Juan Castillo, planner for the Department of Sustainable Development. I'm presenting item number 200883. The item before you this evening is a request for an amendment to the future land use map, and it's the first of two related petitions. The second one being the rezoning of this property, which I'll discuss in the upcoming item. So the subject property is 0.99 acres in size and is located north of the University of Florida campus, right in front of right across the Ben Hill Griffith Stadium across West University Avenue. And currently, the property is improved with the University of Florida Hillel Jewish Student Center and has a land use of residential low density, which allows up to 15 dwelling units per acre. The proposal before you this evening is to change the existing land use to a mixed-use office/residential, which would allow for a density of up to 20 dwelling units per acre. Staff has reviewed the request before you and has found that it meets the review criteria stated in our land development code for land use amendment. This includes consistency with the comprehensive plan, compatibility with surrounding land uses, and support for urban infill and redevelopment. The full list and account of how each review criteria is met is found in your report. Thank you, and I am here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. And I believe, do we have any questions for staff on this? From plan board members? No? Okay, I believe the applicant has a presentation. I see Ms. Lazari.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Plan Board members. Amelia Lazari with EDA Consultants. For this petition, I have a brief presentation. I'm going to share my screen. Madam Chair, can you confirm that you can see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
And can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you as well.
Thank you very much. This is a small-scale land use amendment for the UF Hillel Jewish Center at 2020 West University Avenue, petition PB 20-161 LUC. It's located on West University Avenue, immediately across from the UF campus. The O'Connell Center is down in this location. The Hillel Center has, as part of its mission, to guide the Jewish student community and offers fellowships and internships. So they are a very important organization for the UF Jewish community. The proposed change is to take the property from residential low to mixed-use office residential. And as Juan pointed out, it's a very small parcel, less than an acre. Current use is the UF Hillel Jewish Student Center, and the Hillel Center will remain at that site. However, the proposed land use change and the associated rezoning would add flexibility for Hillel. I'd like to just briefly talk about the background associated with how this became a PD. The PD zoning ordinance for this was adopted in February of 2001, so we are now 20 years forward from that. And the Hillel Center was actually opened and constructed in 2004, so it's been there for 17 years. In the interim period after that, the city in 2017 adopted transit zoning around in this area. As you'll note, to the east, there's the urban mixed use land use, which is associated with transit zoning, and there's transit zoning in the area immediately to the west. When we get to the rezoning, you'll see that. As I indicated before, the Hillel Center wants some flexibility that the current PD, which is very dated, again, 20 years old, does not allow. They have office space in the facility that they would like to be able to use in a broader fashion. So the big change would be an increase in density from up to 20 units per acre. But the uses in the mixed-use office residential include places of religious assembly, residential uses, office and professional service uses, schools, public and private, community facilities with a height limit of 3 stories by right. This is consistent with the comprehensive plan. It's discouraging the proliferation of urban sprawl. We have an existing building there that needs the flexibility. Let's allow that to happen. And we are consistent with future land use objective 4.1 in terms of allowing sufficient acreage for these various uses. The Hillel Center has been at the site, as I said, since 2004 and will remain, and it has been a good neighbor and very compatible with its existing neighborhood. To the south is the University of Florida. The UF Foundation properties are to the east. To the north are single-family dwellings with the residential low land use category, and the property west across Northwest 20th Drive contains single-family and multifamily development. There are no environmental issues at this site. I am going to kind of skip to the end here and just say that the staff has indicated their support for this petition. They have recommended approval. This will be related to a rezoning to change it to U4, which is the compatible and implementing zoning for the mixed-use office residential. So we are requesting approval of this petition. Rabbi Zinn is on the line with us, I believe, and if you have any questions for him or if he would like to speak, I will turn the situation over to him.
Thank you, Onelia, and thank you for hearing us this evening. I greatly appreciate it and have an increased level of respect for civil servants after observing your commitment over the past several hours. This for us is about flexibility. We have no plans to change the site in any substantive ways. We're looking at this as an opportunity to better utilize our existing facility, potentially through some space rentals of underutilized space, potentially additional parking, and all of those. Any sort of further exploration of any of those areas is predicated on a rezoning given the restrictions that we have in the PD as we sort of just heard. So this for us was really the first step to figuring out how to best utilize our physical assets. And we have sort of are really, very, very pleased with our current facility. We feel like we're good neighbors, and we're hopeful to be here for many, many years to come.
Thank you both. I think Mr. Hawkins might have a question for one or both of you.
I have a
question
motion.
for the applicant.
I have a motion.
Oh, okay.
If people don't think it's too early.
Hold on, Mr.
Newman has a question.
Maybe would like to jump in first.
I know we want to get out of here. But this is my one opportunity. I used to live in the studio apartment before that became the Hillel Student Center. And I have some great memories at that particular location during football games. I lived on the bottom floor. You can remember that. I can remember. I was really disappointed when it changed over when I was younger, but now I understand why, and I view it as it was a good change. So I just wanted to mention that. Sorry, I'm ready for a motion.
Thank you for sharing.
I move
Mr. Hawkins.
I move the plan board approve petition PB-20-00161 LUC.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Blythe is a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, carries unanimously. We will jump to the next item. Ms. McMillan, can you read it into the record, please?
Petition PB-20-00162 ZON EDA Consultants Inc. applicant on behalf of Gainesville Hillel Inc. requests to rezone the subject property from City of Gainesville Plan Development to City of Gainesville Transect Zone U4 located at 2020 West University Avenue related to PB 20-161 LUC.
Okay, and Mr. Castillo, do you have another presentation?
I do. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Well, good evening again. For the record, my name is Juan Castillo, planner for the Department of Sustainable Development, Presenting item number 200884. The item before you this evening is a request for a rezoning and is the second of the two related petitions, the first one being the land use amendment, which we just heard. Currently, the property has planned development zoning with conditions intended to mitigate and steer the impact and design of the University of Florida Hillel Jewish Center. This PD was adopted on February 26 of 2001 and reflects conditions appropriate for characteristics of the area at that time. Since then, however, the area has had an introduction of transit urban zones, changing the characteristics and overall intent of the area to a more dense and urban form. Excuse me. The proposal before you this evening is to change the existing PD zoning to Transit Zone Urban 4. This zoning is more consistent with the intent of urbanization in the area and with the existing transit zones. If approved, the existing PD will be eliminated and U4 will be adopted along with a change in uses and mitigatory regulations, which includes added frontage requirements, design standards, and sidewalk requirements. Just realized this has not been changing. Staff has reviewed the request before you and has found that it meets the review criteria stated in our land development code for rezoning. This includes compatibility of permitted uses and allowed intensities with existing developments, the proposed zoning district in relation to surrounding properties, and the character of the district and suitability for particular uses. The full list and account of how each review criteria is met is found in your report. Thank you, and I am here for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Castillo. Would you mind just going back to your first page? I just have your starting slide. I just have a question. I want to make sure, I'm not sure where the typo is, but you had PB-21 and our agenda has PB-20. And so I'm not sure where the typo is, but I just want to make sure we're getting the petition number right consistently through the materials.
I will.
And I
I'll double
didn't
check.
catch that on the land use, but it might be a similar thing. So just a note for staff if we can make sure if it's 20 or 21.
Yes, I'm gonna look that up now.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Okay, any other questions for staff on this one?
Oh, so I just clarified, it is 20.
Okay, it is 20. So, Mr. Castillo, you may just want to correct that typo before you take it forward to the commission. Not a big deal. Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, would the applicant like to make a statement or give a short presentation?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have a brief presentation. Madam Chair, can you confirm that you can see the presentation?
Yes, we can see your presentation and we can hear you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Castillo did a good job of describing what this petition is about. It's a rezoning from the planned development that has existed there for 20 years to the Urban 4 U4 zoning, which is a transect type zoning, which was implemented in that area during 2017. I did just want to point out that the U4 would be considered a step down from the more intense U8 to the east of the parcel and the U2, which is west. So we have compatibility. And the U4 is considered the implementing zoning for the mixed use office residential land use change that you just recommended approval of. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions if the plan board has any.
Thank you, Ms. Lazari. Do we have any questions? Okay, seeing none. Mr. Hawkins?
Madam Chair, I move the plan board approve petition PB-20-00162ZON.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, and Mr. Persons, I realize we may have public comment. Is that what? Yes. So we skipped that last time, but if there's anyone here, Mr. Shepherd, are you planning to speak to this item? And we can also check the phones next. Yes. We will check that next. We'll let people that are here go first.
I think this is an exceptional move of making this come to. I thought of this back in 2003, that this should have took place when we built the university building that we have there. We have meetings right across the road from the stadium. And I thought when I went to those meetings, I said, why don't they move the Jewish homes here? And why don't they take them go up at least 3 floors and make them for office and for student housing? Would be perfect area. They could have a front on it so that the students that have housing there could have an awning out front they could stand on and watch a game. I don't know if that's promoted, but it was a thought I had at the time as a designer. I'm an architectural designer also. I design things. So I vote that we pass this and we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. Do we have anyone on the phone lines for this item?
No, Madam Chair, not the last one or this one.
Okay, great, thank you. With that, we will bring it back to the board. We have a motion on the table, I believe. All of those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so that passes. Mr. Blythe. Okay, so moving through our agenda, Ms. McMullen, if you can read the next item into the record.
Petition PB-20-152 LUC EDA Consultants Inc. agent on behalf of Claus Family LP, Alan Osbrock, David K. Krapps, owners. Request to amend the City of Gainesville future land use map from Planned Use District PUD to City of Gainesville Commercial, Residential Medium, and Residential Low, located on the 755th, located at 755 to 1100 block on the south side of Northeast 39th Boulevard, related to petition PB-20-153 ZON.
Thank you. I'll also announce while staff brings up their presentation, I submitted a Form 8B on these two items as well, this land use and the next zoning, so I will be recusing myself from these petitions.
Good evening, City Plan Board. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. Let me share my screen. I have a presentation for you.
And we can see your presentation.
Great. Okay. Good evening, City Plan Board. My name is Nathaniel Chan. I'm a planner for the City of Gainesville Department of Sustainable Development. This is petition PB-20-152 LUC, a large-scale land use amendment of the subject area on Northeast 39th Avenue. This petition is privately initiated by the property owners and EDA. The subject property is located between the 755 through 1100 block on the south side of Northeast 39th Avenue and is currently vacant. The current zoning is land development, PD, and the current land use category is plan use district PUD. The property is approximately 83.79 acres, and this petition is related to petition PB-20-153 ZON. This land use amendment proposes conventional future land use categories, commercial, residential medium, RM, and residential low, RL. The surrounding properties are mostly developed, so to the immediate north is Northeast 39th Avenue, and above that is commercial and office future land use. To the south and east is single family residential with single family SF future land use. And also to the south is residential low future land use, which is currently vacant and being used for stormwater. And to the abutting west is vehicle sales, automobile dealerships, and that has future land use of commercial. So in 1998, Ordinance 960936 established the existing plan use district. The PD identified commercial, warehousing, and single-family residential as permitted uses on the properties. The maximum residential density is 8 units per acre and had built-in buffer and retention zones, as you can see on the right. And the land use categories delineated on the existing ordinance, shown here on the right, guided the proposed future land use categories in this petition. With that being said, staff recommends approval of petition PB-20-00152 LUC. The proposal meets the review criteria for land use change outlined in section 30-3.13 of the Land Development Code. The proposed land use categories are compatible with the surrounding land uses. The proposed commercial future land use is consistent with the existing commercial to the abutting west and adjacent north across from Northeast 39th Avenue. The proposed residential medium, RM, future land use is consistent and acts as a transitional area between the commercial and residential low properties. The proposed residential low future land use is consistent with the existing single family to the abutting east and south. Regarding criteria 3 on environmental impacts and constraints, there are existing wetlands and surface waters on the subject property, but future development on the property is subject to wetlands buffers required in section 30-8.20 of the Land Development Code. More details on the petition meeting the review criteria can be found in the staff report. And with that, that is the end of my presentation. Thank you. I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Chan. Do we have any questions for staff on this petition? Mr. Hawkins, do you have something?
No.
Okay. Okay. We'll jump to the applicant petition. Or
Thank you, Madam
sorry,
Chair. I'm going to share my
presentation. Okay. And we see your presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you confirm that you can see the screen?
Yes, we do see
Okay,
it, and
thank
we
you.
hear you as well.
I guess this is the evening that EDA brings the old PDs to the plan board. The last one was 20 years old. This one is 23 years old for the PUD and PD. And life has changed in Gainesville and again for these properties. So we have worked with the staff, and I want to commend both Nate and Andrew for working so hard and diligently with us on a good proposal for this property. The increase in residential density is from a maximum of 8 units per acre to 8 to 30 units per acre in the residential medium area. The non-residential uses that are in the PUD are very similar to what is allowed in the commercial land use portion of this. And this is related to PB 20-153 ZON, which will provide the implementing zoning for this land use change. And I wanted to kind of go around just as Nate did and talk about the surrounding area. This is all commercial in terms of the Main Street automobile centric area, auto repair and auto sales. This residential low down here is actually the wetland mitigation for the Toyota dealership. This is single family residential in this area. And then across the 4-lane divided Northeast 39th Avenue is the commercial land use here and then office here. And so to ensure compatibility with this single family area, the staff and the applicant have worked out this buffering of residential low, which will be implemented with an RSF4, a single family zoning, again to buffer. And then in this area, we're buffering also this residential and the residential across the street. And again, the commercial is all abutting the existing commercial. And then residential medium will add some new multifamily opportunities there, which can help us with affordable housing types of issues. As Mr. Tan pointed out, there are surface waters and wetlands on the site, and it is in the wellfield protection area, both secondary and tertiary, but there's no strategic ecosystem resources there, and there's no significant ecological communities or listed species habitat. We submitted an extensive environmental report produced by Mr. Pete Wallace, and the future development at the site will have to adhere to all the required environmental regulations, and that would include protection of wetlands and in the average 75-foot wetland buffers that would be preserved. With that, I know it's been a long evening, and we have heard that staff is recommending approval of this. We ask the same. And again, this is related to PB 20-153 ZON, which we will get to next. So again, a very old plan use district ordinance. We have multiple property owners on this, and so it is needing flexibility and change that has happened over the past 23 years to get some development in this area. Madam Chair, if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Ms. Lazari. Are there any questions for the applicant on this one? Okay, seeing none, are there any members of the public who would like to speak to this item? Mr. Shepherd, if you'd like to speak, you may.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Donald Shepherd. I'm a people's representative. I like the idea that you finally brought this to attention of people. What I don't approve on this is that the 8 to 30 houses per acre. I would like to see that to be 8 to 15. Reason is for that is that I would love to move down there. I know the area. I know where the sinkhole is back there. So I wouldn't buy property next to it. But this here was supposed to be taken care of by the dealerships, but hadn't done so. I've lived in this area for 12 years. I live at Lamplighter Trailer Park, as I mentioned, and so I go by there every day. I'm a test driver. No, I like to go to dealerships and test drive cars that I know I can't afford, but it was a preferred hobby of mine, and that's what I've been doing over years. And this here is something that we should jump on. And I ask that they change it to 8 to 15 houses per lot. That way, you got some lawn for your children. You put in like the houses we have on Tower Road, you have only maybe 8 feet in front of your house and 4 foot in back of your house, and same on the sides. We need to stop that type housing to make proper living for our citizens, as far as raising children. If we want to occupy Gainesville, as our t-shirts say, how better can we do it if we show them we really have affordable housing, we really have houses that are a distance away from each other, so you don't have to worry about your neighbor's kids, and you could put fences up. This is what we need in our city, and this is what I asked for, and I approved this item on this agenda, but ask that we could only change it to 8 to 15. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. Is there anyone on the phone lines for this item?
No, Madam Chair, there is no one on the phone at this time.
Okay, bringing it back to the board, Mr. Hawkins.
I move the plan board approve petition PB-20-152 LUC.
Do we have a second? Mr. Hurst, is that you? Oh.
Mr.
Newman?
Christian.
Mr. Blythe? I'm
Mr.
not
Newman.
sure who wins the credit.
I said Mr. Christian.
Okay, all of those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. It's approved unanimously, and we we'll move on to the next item. Ms. McMillan, can you read it into the record?
We just have the, oh, sorry, was that the land use?
That was the land use.
Sorry.
We're doing the zoning now.
Okay. Okay, petition PV-20-153-ZON, EDA Consultants, Inc., agent on behalf of Hawes Family LP, Alan Z. Osbrock, David K. Craps, owners, request to rezone the subject properties from City of Gainesville Planned Development to City of Gainesville Automotive-Oriented Business, Multifamily Residential, and Single-Family Residential, related to petition PV-20-152 LUC.
Mr. Chan, go ahead and get started whenever you're ready.
Great, thanks. Can you confirm that you can see my screen, Madam Chair?
Yes, we can see your presentation.
Awesome. Good evening, City Plan Board. Again, for the record, my name is Nathaniel Chan. I'm a planner for the City of Gainesville Department of Sustainable Development. This is petition PB-20-153-ZON, a rezoning of the subject area on Northeast 39th Avenue. And there we go. This petition is privately initiated by the property owners and EDA. The subject property is located between the 755 through 1100 block on the south side of Northeast 39th Avenue and is currently vacant. The current zoning is Planned Development PD and the current land use category is Plan Use District PUD. The property is approximately 83.79 acres and this petition is related to petition PB-20-152 LUC. This rezoning proposes conventional zoning districts, automotive-oriented business BA, multifamily residential RMF 8, and a single-family residential RSF 4. The surrounding properties are mostly developed again, so the zoning across from Northeast 39th Avenue is BA and OF. The zoning to the south and east of the subject area is single-family RSF 2, and to the south is RSF 4, and to the abutting west is BA, automotive-oriented business, with existing vehicle sales and automobile dealerships. In 1998, Ordinance 960937 established the existing PD. The PD identified automotive-oriented business, warehouse/self-storage, office, and residential uses as permitted uses within the PD with maximum residential density of up to 8 units per acre. The PD also calls out other specific regulations, including signage, requirements for a traffic study, wetlands evaluation, tree survey, and buffer zones. Our Land Development Code covers all of these regulations as well. With that being said, staff recommends approval of petition PB-20-00153-ZON. The proposal meets the review criteria for rezoning outlined in section 30-3.14 of the Land Development Code. The surrounding permitted uses and allowed intensity and density are compatible with the proposed zoning. The rezoning to these conventional zoning districts would permit other uses not mentioned in the PD, like multifamily development in the RMF 8 area, while also specifying and limiting the permitted uses in other areas. The proposed BA zoning on the western half of the subject area will complement the existing BA zoning to the abutting west. The proposed RMF 8 zoning will complement the existing multifamily development across from Northeast 39th Avenue and will act as a transitional zoning between the BA and single-family RSF 4 and RSF 2 zoning districts. The proposed RSF 4 zoning will complement the existing RSF 2 zoning, which features existing single-family homes. Additionally, any proposed non-residential uses would be subject to compatibility buffers as outlined in section 30-8.5 of the Land Development Code. Again, future development on the property is also subject to wetlands buffers as required in section 30-8.20. Based on staff review, the proposed rezoning also meets the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan. More details on the petition meeting the review criteria can be found in the staff report. And with that, that's the end of my presentation. Thank you. I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chan. Do you have any questions for staff on the zoning? Nope. Okay, then we will jump to the applicant. If you have a statement or a short presentation.
Yes, we do, Madam Chair. And
we can see your presentation.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair and Plan Board members, O'Neill Ulizeri with EDA Consultants. As Mr. Tan pointed out, this is the companion rezoning for the land use change that you just voted on. And the RMF 8 allows the 8 to 30 units per acre. The RSF 4 allows only 8 units per acre, which is similar to what the density was in the past. And with that, again, the RSF 4 that we have is the buffer or the step down from the BA between the RMF 8 here and the single family RSF 2 in this area. This RSF 4 down here again is the wetlands mitigation area for the Toyota dealership, so it's not really residential use. With that, I would be happy to answer any questions that the plan board might have. And we would ask for your approval of petition PB-20-162, I'm sorry, -153-ZON.
Thank you, Ms. Lazari. Mr. Hawkins.
Do you mind if I have a motion on the floor before comment?
You can have a motion on the floor.
I move the plan board approve petition PB-20-153-ZON.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Newman, and then we'll go to public comment if there is anyone that would like to comment on this petition. Mr. Shepherd? Sure.
My name's Donald Shepard, and I approve this item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And is there anyone on the phone for this item?
No, Madam Chair, there's nobody on the line.
Okay, thank you. With that, we have a motion and a second on the table. All of those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, carried unanimously. With that, we are back to the old business item on our agenda. I don't know how people are feeling, if we feel compelled to get through that as well tonight, or if people would rather continue that till next month. I'm open to sort of going either direction if people want to sort of have a fresh frame of mind and delve into it. I think it depends on, people's extent of maybe comments and where we intend to go. Mr. Newman.
Yeah, I would move that we push it back to our next meeting.
Okay,
I think there might be some interesting discussions, coming out of it.
Second. Yeah, I agree. I think it's worthy of a better conversation than we're gonna have at 11:40 at night. Okay, so I'm seeing a second for that. So any other discussion on continuing this till next month before we take a vote? Okay. All of those in favor of continuing this till next month, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed to that? Okay, so we're gonna carry this on to next month, and depending on what the agenda looks like, hopefully we tackle it first up when we are fresh and ready to go at 6:30. But I think that's worthy of everyone sort of being able to take the time and dig into the details. Staff, do you have any other announcements for us before we break for the evening?
No.
Okay. Any other member comment? Not seeing any? Okay, so our next meeting date will be March 25th. Thank you all for bearing with us, and everyone else who stuck with us here to the end tonight. It was a long one. This meeting's adjourned.